we're very happy that we can host this event, I think for the 4th time, Pencho, right? Yes. So, and this, even with the BDI, with BDE, so it's a triangle, and we are lucky partners to this event. One could say that actually we don't need these kind of discussions any longer because we have now had such a fantastic mandate. Nearer to the mic, okay. We had so many. I was just saying that we do it, but in fact, perhaps it wouldn't have been necessary to do this summit again, because this commission and the parliament and the council and member states have done so many fantastic laws that we could consider everything done. No? I'm waiting for the laughter, and you're not laughing, so perhaps you agree. And Damian agrees, obviously, but for obvious reasons, it's still good to discuss how to implement all of this. And we all know that while implementing it, these laws can even become better, and while at the same time there may be some issues that we discover, perhaps while implementing them. So I guess that today you will be discussing about these legal instruments, how they interlock, but also about what's left over, what's going to come next. And I'm not the next commission, so I'm not guessing what's going to be the next big task. There is a report being written this summer about the GDPR. It's just a report. We have to write these reports. There are some mandates that have been given to us by existing regulations to evaluate them. There's obviously something going on in the world which, for some reason, gives us the opportunity to think about things we've never thought we had to look at again, like deep sea cables. So there is probably some work, and it's therefore very good that you're here to discuss what has been done in the current mandate, and what are the gaps, and what we can do together to fill them in the next mandate. So I'm very happy that you have this full day here. I hope you feel at home. If not, please complain. Ask for what you need. And that's basically my welcome. I'm now handing over to Damian for the first speech. Thank you.
So thank you, Nicolas. Thank you, everyone, for the invitation, Pencho, Michael. Today is a very exciting day. I don't know if you know this. The hottest data set in the world has been dropped today. I don't know if you know this. There was also a leak. Metadata was leaked a couple of weeks ago. It's the Taylor Swift double album. And it's a double album. It's supposed to be just a single album, but it is a double album. And I just want you to be aware of the fact. Yeah? So the title list was already leaked some time ago. And this is, I think, the general feeling of European parliamentarians. We always wait for something to be dropped on us in general. And so it's a bit difficult for me to say what the future will look like, because I've been trained to just wait until the European Commission comes along with something, and then I'm trying to fix that. But I will still give you a couple of thoughts on what happened this mandate, and then maybe we can also talk about what will come next, at least to an extent. So when Johannes and myself got into the European Parliament, Johannes, where are you? Somewhere, sitting somewhere, I guess. There, you see, he's hiding. He's an ex-banker, I'm an ex-consultant, and so what we are very good at is slides and Excel tables, no? And so what we did is we thought about how can we actually understand the digitization journey that companies are doing from basically being an almost analog model, the business model, to an AI, even foundation model provider like Aleph Alpha or Nionic. I think we have the new hot stuff in town. And when you look at that, you can see that there are actually different challenges that companies have along this journey. And we can talk a lot about the AI business models, and we can talk a lot about how you start the digitization journey. But then we understood that one thing that actually could work is if you understand that you have to also bring them physically together, locally together, and make them have actual conversations with universities to understand what digitization can look like. And that's why I wanted to remind you of the Digital Europe program for a second. I don't know if you still remember this, but this was part of the multi-annual financial framework discussions, that we would have these AI hubs, but also digital hubs with legal clinics so that people can meet locally and actually go on this digitalization journey. Then the Commission started dropping stuff on us, and I mean, you all know these 5 big laws, the big 5, where the DSA and the DMA are actually quite boring, I think, because they're just trying to fix something that is broken. It's ex post regulation trying to ensure that the market concentration that we have is not completely destroying markets and our society, okay? Then there's the AI Act, which was a great idea until ChatGPT dropped. And then general purpose AIs came on the market, which really destroyed the inherent logic of the AI Act, which said, let's regulate stuff according to its purpose. So a bit of an annoying situation. I think we might still need to fix some of that going forward to also understand how we work with AI better, and we can talk about that in a second. And then came the coolest laws that you can ever imagine. Data Governance Act, Data Act. Fantastic, because they're actually market shaping. Data Governance Act, we focused very much on making sure that the market concentration, the power that we have in the data storage market, is not just translated into the data intermediary market. Sounds super nerdy, but you're a nerdy audience, so I'm allowed to do that. We have 80% of market share between 3 companies in the data storage market. They were already starting to build data exchanges for their customers only. So the Data Governance Act, for me, the most important part in there was to ensure that there is a commercial separation between what's in other markets and the data intermediary market. And there you already have a bit like the idea behind also what we try to do in the Data Act, which is we need to get to a liquid data economy, like where data is really shared, where industrial data is traded as much as possible. And so when the Data Act came along, the main goal for us was to ensure it's as simple as possible. We didn't manage, I'm sorry. But also to ensure that there is a clarity about who has the data access and data monetization rights, so that it is super simple to understand as a SME, as a startup, what kind of data can I share, what kind of data is mine to share, and which can I sell, so that we get away from this, the Commission has these analysis, 5% of industrial data only being shared. I actually always wonder where you come up with these numbers. I use them a lot, it sounds very sexy, only 5% of industrial data is being shared. And I want to meet the one person that was like, standing there trying to figure that out. But I think it's, an adequate expression of the reality that we see. And so the Data Act, I think, is probably as important for non-personal data as the GDPR was for personal data. It's completely shaping what will be the monetization rights. And since we in the DGA have this great chance that basically everybody starts at 0 and the big 3 cannot just take over the data intermediary markets, the key thing that I want you to take from all my blah blah is we have around a year to get ahead of the game in Europe and in Germany. 1 year to build really cool data exchange models, to understand what kind of use cases exist for data sharing, for the data economy, to really get smart on these things of how you trade data. And I think we're not there yet. I'm constantly in conversations with the different relevant ministries. I try to make this point wherever I go. I really don't care if it's the FDP in Germany or the SPD or the Greens or whoever or in any other European government takes this up, maybe apart from Hungary. Because I think it's really, really crucial that we get ahead of this game and that the new innovators for data aggregation and for data trading come from the European Union. It's also fine if it's from somewhere else, but I think it would be really cool if we at least have a head start a bit and make everyone aware of that. And so I think if I can ask you for a couple of things to really think about, it's not that complicated also from a company perspective. What data can I sell? What's the data I can make money with by selling? Because somebody might sell it anyways. What is the device data I can sell and make cash with? Start looking through your data sets and think about what can be shared. The second is, what data can I buy? What is data that can actually help me in my business model to become more efficient, to become better, to become, I don't know, more innovative? And then if you want, what data can I maybe trade? Do I want to become a data intermediary? What data can I aggregate, and how can I use data to become more innovative and maybe create new companies? These, I think, are for me, like if I think about the next mandate, it's cool to regulate, but somebody has to do the business part as well to actually become competitive. And I really hope that we can, from the regulators and from the public sector perspective, bring this message into the private sector to not only have compliance officers looking at the Data Act. The Data Act is not a compliance law. The Data Act is an opportunities law, and so it should be the chief strategists who sit there, the CEOs, whatever, the innovators, the Fraunhofer institutes of this world, to really look at the Data Act and say, where is the potential? Where can I make money? And I want people to get rich using the Data Act. That would be my goal. Get rich. Get rich. That would be fantastic. So anyways, this is the view back and maybe a little call to action. What will happen next? I don't know if you know, but in Germany is a big question of how to implement the Data Act. Who should implement the Data Act? I hear already in this conference some people say it should be the Automobile Institute looking into the implementation of the Data Act. No, 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 no. Don't do that, please. I think, you know, we need someone implementing the Data Act, and I don't really care about the politics of it, who makes sure that the user rights that we created for data access and data monetization are not undermined by the little loopholes that have been negotiated into the Data Act. So whoever implements it will set, I think, in the first couple of decisions as a data coordinator, the rules of the game. And the rules of the game should really mean that there's innovation possible, that I as the user have usus fructus, whatever, rights to be able to trade my data and get rich with it. I think there's another big question of the In-Vehicle Data Act. Let's see if this ever happens. Again, this is like a Taylor Swift album. I don't decide. Taylor Swift, Ursula von der Leyen decides when it comes. And we will see. I think there's a couple of other things to do still on AI. I think we need to look at decentralized ways to, I don't know, I don't want to say taxation because taxes everybody always hates, but the issue with, I think, general purpose AIs is that they can replace a lot of local jobs, which would also then mean that the local taxes are being lost and the centralization of revenue is quite massive. So I think there's some discussion not only about the risks of AI and the opportunities of AI, but also of the economic implications of centralization of tax revenue. And I mean, you're aware of the issues with Ireland and so on. I think there's some questions there. I think it's a bit difficult for me to think about like a lot of other stuff, so I will just spend the rest of the time that I have here to listen and to learn. And then the summer, once I'm re-elected, I have a freer mind to also think myself about what I think should be happening and then try to lobby the Commission to make that happen too. So I wish us a very happy and fantastic and fun day. Don't listen to the album all the time on the side, but also listen to the panel discussions. Thank you very much for your time. I think I can stay here, no? Yeah. Okay.
Stay out for me. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Konstanz Rucholowski. Welcome, everybody. This is the third day of discussion, so we're looking forward to having a forward-looking conversation about the clear view on our objectives for the digital economy and an outlook for the new or next European Commission. And for that, in addition to Damian, I would like to welcome our esteemed panelists. I'll reintroduce you. Damian Böselager is a member, of course, of the European Parliament for Volt and in the Greens and European Free Alliance group. And then we have Max von Thun, who I'd like to welcome onto the stage, who is the Europe Director of the Washington, D.C.-based Open Markets Institute. And last but not least, Raphael Damian, who is responsible for EU public affairs for the French cloud provider OVH Cloud. As mentioned, so over the last 2 days, we've had conversations, of course, about these big 5 files that Damian just spoke on, and how those will be enforced, how they will be implemented, and also had a few presentations, including from Max on the first day, about some of the big challenges that we will be facing at the European level and globally when it comes to democracy, when it comes to economic growth. And so we'd like to discuss, on the one hand, what we need to do to fill those gaps going forward, but also, do we have a true understanding and an aligned understanding of what our objectives are for the EU digital economy? I ask that question skeptically because I don't know that we do. That's where I'd like to start you off, is precisely with that question. Do we have an aligned understanding of our objectives? Are they the same from a societal perspective and an economic perspective? And if so, what are they?
I just spoke, so I think you can go ahead.
Happy to. So I think my top line answer to that question would be, I don't think we do. I think there's been a lot of, great activity over the current mandate. I mean, Damien was talking about the Data Act. There've been lots of other impressive pieces of ambitious pieces of legislation that have been passed. But I think when we think about, what is joining all those things together, I think there's still really, that vision isn't quite there. I mean, we have buzzwords. We talk about, the digital transition. We talk about strategic autonomy and all these kind of things. But I think we need something much more concrete. I think what we have now is different pieces of legislation that all have different goals. Some are about mitigating risks. Some are about improving transparency. Some are about giving people more rights. And some, to a degree, are about, opening up markets. But again, I think we missed that joined up thing. I think what I would want to see, particularly working for a think tank that focuses on market power and market structure, is a much bigger focus on the structure of markets in what the Commission does on digital, and not just on the behavior that kind of comes out of that structure and the firms that are kind of dominant in that structure. And so I think if you look at a lot of the challenges that we face, from people's privacy being violated, viral disinformation, the decline of journalism, anti-competitive practices, and also these questions about innovation in Europe and, Europe lacking these kind of leading digital firms. I think a lot of that does come from the extreme concentration that we see at the top of digital markets, which either allows these kind of dominant platforms to kind of disregard people's rights, for example, hoover up their data. It allows them to exclude competitors, for example, and because of this scale, any kind of harm is really magnified to an extreme level. Again, if we have a piece of disinformation, it can be seen by hundreds of millions, if not billions of people in a second. So I think we really need to look at scale. And I think if we try to turn that into a vision, I think what we should be aiming for is basically a vision of a much more open and decentralized digital economy, which, again, kind of Damien was talking about, where you have lots of different players and lots of different business models that are kind of playing a role, and where the innovation that we are seeing isn't just controlled by a few gatekeepers who are pushing it in a particular direction that basically strengthens their existing market power, their existing business models. I mean, if you look at how, for example, AI is being used to entrench concentration in advertising or in the search market. What I think we want instead is actually a really, really diverse, digital economy where you have not just big businesses, but small businesses, startups, SMEs, universities, researchers, governments, all kind of playing a role in this real diverse, decentralized kind of model. And where you don't have any actor that's kind of so big that they can, ignore the regulations that we're passing, just pay fines and keep doing what they're doing, and that don't pose a kind of systemic risk to our economy. Because I think when you have platforms that are so big, kind of if something goes wrong, that can be very, very dangerous. So, yeah, I'd start there, but have more thoughts later. Who wants to go next?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I can only agree with what has been said before, and I think we have to get back shortly to the past. The 5 years, a lot have been done in terms of regulation initiatives. Also has to be taken into consideration when you think about. Damien mentioned DGA Data Act, but also on the sustainability aspect, on the AI Act. So it's important, and we see an improvement which has to be welcomed to try, let's say, to mitigate the current situation, especially on the digital economy, where it was dominated by non-European players, to make it short. And it's a great step, and we also have to welcome the initiative like GAIA-X, for instance, who gathering industrial players to try to find innovative solutions, and that's good. But regulation is great, but it's not enough. So basically, if regulation initiatives are not considered how fast the market is evolving, how fast the players are changing, and so on, it will be critical and will bring nothing. We'll not make a shout about nothing, but it's a kind of. So we have to look at the past, but also look at the future. We don't have a crystal ball, definitely, but the idea we think it's important to put the focus on competition and innovation, basically. And innovation is at the heart of everything. What does it mean, innovation? We think kind of umbrella. Innovation, there's a side of competition, side of, we say, sovereignty, funding, and everything. So that will be our guess to focus on for pillars on values. And I think it's, Damien touched the point rightly with fair rules of the game, with also the user's freedom of choice. I think it's if I summarize both expressions from Damien and Max, is that it's how can the user decide where is data? Damien, you're putting the right question, but it's also who get access to it, and that you're touching the sovereignty aspect. How can I change? How can I change the cloud provider? Then you're touching the competition aspect. How do you understand my data? Then you're touching the, let's say, the talent, so the skills aspect. So you see, it's very, very broad, and that makes the digital sector so interesting. And we are leading European cloud providers. So as such, we only talk about cloud, but cloud is at the heart of everything. Globally, it's the heart of AI, all the racing technology. So what we see in the cloud market, on the competition side, we believe we can see on a larger scale on the global digital market. And just to give you a very concrete example, on the cloud market, it gives you an idea. We see that the global cloud market in the last, between 2017 and 2022, multiplied by 5. But at the same time, the European players, the market share divided by 2. So there's something wrong in it, in this aspect. And second point, and Max touched the point correctly, is currently dominated by non-European players. They have over 70 or to 80% market share. Is that normal? Question mark. What can we do? It's not a question mark. We have like some actions. We have to review the single digital market. We touch upon. We have to think also about ensure a fair rules of the game, and also let's say make that innovation is trustworthy, ethical, and sustainable. The sustainable aspect dimension is also something which is very important. We see that, and I think Damien, you address the point. Users, consumers, right, end users are more and more concerned about sustainable. How will the data will consume? And you think how to be ethical. And all these connections, these dots, has been to put together. And we have some reflection that we can discuss probably after, but the agenda is quite open for the next 5 years. But basically, we have to win the race and make sure that we believe a European way of innovation. And at the end, to finish my monologue, I would say, the idea is to fight the belief that America innovates, China duplicates, copy-paste, and let's say, and Europe is doing. That's it. So we have to think about this and to rephrase a little bit the dimension.
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously a large topic, but I always get confused if a lot of things get thrown into the same bucket. And I just maybe want to talk about the AI Act. I think the AI Act shouldn't have been called AI Act because it's not regulating the breadth of AI or creating innovation. It is a, let's say, fundamental rights safeguarding AI Act, something like this. Yeah, and this is also, I think, in the when we have this discussion, for me, it's just very important to understand out of which regulatory perspective am I looking at what topic. So, I mean, Mr. Hartl knows this, but like, you know, am I trying to safeguard certain rights? Then probably I have a rights-based regulation that will try to do that. Am I trying to ensure the safety of critical infrastructure? Then this is then this is my focus. Am I trying to create competitiveness? Then this is my focus. And I think what's really important in these discussions is that we very much clearly state what's our goal and how are we trying to achieve it. So I think that's, for me, just when we talk about these topics, it's, is it sustainability then? So there's definitely a lot of angles, but I think in the regulatory approach, we should know exactly which angle we are currently looking at, just as a, general point on this. The second point I just want to make on that I think will continue and that happened also in this mandate is this question of the French or the German approach. You know, or I can make it. Let's make it less between us, the Breton versus the Vestager approach. You know, is the problem of Google that is American or that it is destroying markets? And I think it's a crucial question. You know, would it be fine if we had European big-scale players that would dominate the market? My answer is no. It would still be shitty. We need to have competitive markets where new entry is possible, and I think that's quite crucial. The problem here is, and I think here we fully agree, that scale is currently scaling. So I don't know, I hear different numbers, but Microsoft is spending 100 billion in server capacity this year or something like this. So, and server capacity is what you need to be able to train AI. And so how can we even get close to like creating an open market in this kind of environment? I don't think I have the answer. And I think it's something where we will have to look into ourselves and say, like, how can we create or ensure an open market? Is there a role for the regulator, in a sense, to ensure that if there are foundational models that everybody's using, to ensure at least some form of fairness for the use? And we have experience with that, I think, in competitive, in competition law. So I think that's something to look at. And with this, I'll stop.
Thank you very much. One thing that I heard in every single one of your statements is really this focus on concentration. And whether the debate is it a problem that concentration is American, or is concentration the primary issue? And I think everyone here can agree, and even at the European level, if legislators sort of communicate it differently, it's that the problem is concentration. It happens to be American at this point. If we focus on that, what, Damien, you already mentioned in your remarks sort of what, in your view, the most consequential piece of legislation of the big five was. But indirectly, really all of these pieces of legislation, including the AI Act, focused in some sense on concentration in the way it was shaped at the end. How do the three of you believe that, sort of what was the most consequential piece of legislation next to the Data Act? And how will those be shaping what we can do in the future? So we're thinking about the next commission, we're thinking about what the gaps are, but some of these pieces, majority of them, have not been enforced for a long period of time. So what consequences might they have, especially when it comes to concentration and in other areas as well?
Okay, I'll make it very quick. I mean, I think we always have to address the risks to be able to get to the opportunities. And we did a lot of risk addressing, and I think the AI Act is one of that. And now I think it's also interesting to talk about opportunities. You know that the new MFF will be negotiated in the next mandate, so money, cash. And that's why I started my intervention with the Digital Europe program. We will have to renegotiate how... Thank you. How money can be spent, like how we can go from the regulatory, let's say, setting the rules of the game to also to the enabling part of government action. And I think that is an interesting question. What do we want, and maybe it's a question to all of us, to happen in the Digital Europe program? How can we, what's the role of the state in that sense in enabling? How can we not say what innovation should be as a state, because that's not our role and we have no idea. Otherwise we wouldn't be in government but make money. And how can we make sure that basically everybody has all the tools that they need? So legal clinics, do they help? How can we make, you know, interpret our own regulation in ways that makes it easier? For example, you know, with the 18 data protection offices in Germany, but also harmonize maybe regulation across, or the interpretation of regulation also across the European level. I think these are questions in the direction of enabling that I find very interesting. And yeah, I think that would be my focus.
Have my microphone now, but is it working?
Yes.
Okay. So firstly, I just want to go back to Damien's point about, you know, whether... it's not? Okay. There you go. Stick with what you know. So yeah, I want to go back to Damien's point about whether it's about concentration being a problem itself, or just that we don't like that they're US monopolies, but we'd be fine with European monopolies. And I completely agree that it's the concentration itself that's the problem, not the national identity of those companies, because if you had European gatekeepers, you'd have the same problems that we see today in digital markets. We'd have rivals being excluded, we'd see consumers being exploited, we'd see small businesses being locked into certain types of solutions and so on. So I think that should be our focus, and in that sense, I'm a little worried about some of the debate that we're hearing right now about competitiveness, because that is, obviously we need to think about that when we're thinking about Europe's future. But I do see a kind of interpretation of that now, including in the letter report that came out a few days ago, and in some of what we heard from Draghi, that Europe will only be competitive if it basically creates massive businesses that compete on the global stage, and we should kind of not enforce competition policy too strictly. Maybe we need a bit less regulation, because that's how we're going to fight off the US and China. And I don't think that would be a good outcome. I think we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot. I think we'd be sacrificing kind of European values in order to try and get more market share, but I don't actually think it would work, because I think you do well internationally when you kind of have conditions locally that create competitive companies, and that's through competition. So I just wanted to make that point. On kind of the legislation we've seen and what I think will be most effective, I think I would focus on those, as I alluded to earlier, that are kind of trying to open up markets more rather than just ban bad behavior. So certainly the Data Act, I think, is really important there in creating more of a market for data. I think we could potentially look at taking that principle and broadening it. So, how can we, for example, open up a lot of the data held by big tech that they're using to train their AI models and actually democratize access to that to all kinds of startups and SMEs. So, but I think it's still a really useful piece of legislation. The other one I'd point to is the DMA, which has really only kind of started being implemented in the kind of past couple of months, where the companies now have to comply, and clearly there's a big fight there. The companies are trying to comply in the kind of most minimal way possible that doesn't necessarily create new competition, and so the Commission has a big job on its hands in kind of pushing back and really actually getting solutions that work. But I do think we will get to a pretty good place over time. There will be a fight, but I think it will kind of create more openness in digital markets. The other things I would mention, they're not necessarily new laws, but I think they're really, really important. So firstly, you have our existing competition laws, which have obviously been around for a long time, but I think we're seeing more determination from the Commission to use them in a more kind of robust way, in a way that actually will create more kind of competition in digital markets. So, for example, you're finally seeing a tougher approach on mergers, on acquisitions by big tech companies. For a long time, basically, these companies were allowed to acquire any startup they wanted. Facebook buying WhatsApp and Instagram, Google buying YouTube and others, and that is a big cause of the consolidation we see today. But I think you're now starting to see a change. So Amazon was recently prevented from buying iRobot, to kind of increase its market power in smart home devices, for example. Adobe and Figma were trying to merge, and that didn't work out for them. So I think that's a positive development, and I think it will be really crucial for that to also be applied in AI, which will be tricky because a lot of the deals that you're seeing between big tech companies and AI startups are not. I talked about this on Wednesday. They're not traditional acquisitions. They're kind of partnerships, and whether they are captured by merger control law, we have to see. And then on the antitrust side, we've got some big cases going on, and I think a really significant one is the European Commission's investigation into Google on the advertising side, because the first time obviously there've been a lot of investigations into Google, but what we saw in the past was Google would get a big fine. Maybe they'd have to promise to do a few things, but it wouldn't really open up these markets. But actually, in this case, what the Commission is trying to do is actually break up Google in digital advertising by basically saying, okay, Google, you control every single part of the digital advertising market, and you're using that to exclude competition, kind of self-preference your own market power. And so we think, you need to sell off part of your business. And so I think that's a really big step. And I would like to see that approach being taken, more in other cases. I think, going back to my original remarks, we need to really be looking at structure and not just behavior. So, next.
So thanks. I can also agree it's not a question of nationality. Let's say it's really a question of dominant position. But the reality is that currently it's non-EU players who are dominating the market. So per se, they kind of focus on this aspect. But the question is not to be against someone, but in favor. I mean, it's not against the US, Chinese, or whatever, but in favor of European innovation. And that's probably the most critical point. And how can we make sure that we defend your values, the European consumers, users, businesses, technologies? That's the point. And there's no one, if I have to look at the past, for sure that act has been discussed, very important dimension, but there's more combination of different legislations. And I mentioned it's very broad, that's good. There's no border, no silos when I see in the last years, but the question is really the implementation will be key. And when we see what about, you mentioned the DMA, how can we understand that gatekeepers, cloud services are not tagging in the DMA? What has been counting as one of the CSP? Why is there still no, on the sovereignty aspect, there's no cybersecurity scheme that guarantee full protection to immunity to extraterritorial request for the most sensitive data? This has been discussed since years. Why are things struggling? That's the questions. Because it may be discussions, it's maybe because we don't find the right spot. We don't have, maybe the compass has been blurred in a way. So I think the idea is really to focus on pillars, and one pillar will be on values, like fair sounds broad, but it's European values. What does it mean? What does it mean be European? What does it mean? It means protect my data. That means understand what my data, it means usage freedom of choice. I will have to do whatever I want with my data. But it's a condition is that we ensure you have fair access, you have all the right access to your data, you can control it, have control on it, and for now, the current situation, not the case. So that's one point. The second point will be also a pillar on funding. We're not talking about a public funding per se, but more about rethinking on public procurement. Why not a Buy European Tech Act? We see a lot, but the idea is to steer European companies or innovative companies to compete, to have the right to compete, and maybe win at the end tenders. But if you put, let's say, objective criteria, and to allow European companies to compete, then it will be a huge milestone to help, let's say, these innovative companies. What does it mean? It means investment in R&D, more clarity. That means employment. It means a lot of things. The circle is let's say, a positive one. One other aspect will be sovereignty. Definitely, protect your data is very important in this regard, to make sure that, let's say, if your data is very sensitive, then it's normal that you have the highest level of protection. It's not for every data, not for every market, every business. It's just a part, but at least you need to have this position. And one of the end is for sure, the last pillar is competition. The idea is, and you mentioned it, Max, rightly, when we see on AI, we see that the risk is that the current dominant players, I don't say US ones, but dominant players will continue to have this domination on the AI, and that's not fair. So how can we end competitive practices globally? It's not against a nationality, it's against players who are playing with the rules of the game, and the idea is to reshape these rules of the game in favor of European citizens and European players. So basically it's enabling innovation, but it's boosting Europe, basically.
Maybe I could just one quick comment, and I think it's a super interesting discussion. You know, what's the role of the state? And you know, there's this one way which is buy European. Like what I find more attractive, and I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but like what I find more attractive is this question of why are our patents in, or like our know-how? Why is our know-how in the field, which we definitely have, not translating into the digital companies that we need? And then there's a range of answers. And one is that we have this valley of death, you know, like there's a funding gap when you need larger CapEx investments, especially, which is also true for our climate tech industry. And so maybe to look at that part, the funding part, what is missing for European innovators to stay here and to found a company successfully, even though it needs potentially millions and hundreds of millions of investment in server capacity or whatever is needed. And I think that's for me an interesting question. And that can also be American people starting companies here. I think it would be fantastic. So it's just a question of how to phrase that. And then the second point you both mentioned is the question of data protection. I think the next parliament will be more conservative. That's pretty certain. It's a bit a question of how the Social Democrats and the Renew group and so on will operate, but there is definitely always this question of should we open the GDPR, or let's phrase it differently. Competitiveness is really needed, and we need to de-bureaucratize Europe, and that's why we should maybe cut back on some of the stuff. And there's strong voices for that. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the next minute, but I would wish that we understand that the principles are perfect. And the question is the implementation doing the right thing? But we should not give up marrying privacy, and you said this, values, European values, with innovative power. I think it's possible, and we're almost there, but we should not have this fallacy that it's better to, roll back the data privacy achievements that we had.
I'm gonna give this another try. I think that works. I very much appreciate your last statements on sort of the rollback and our focus on alleviating bureaucracy, because there are many calls from especially businesses, advocacy calls at the European level to say the next commission should focus on enforcement. So some of these challenges that we've talked about where maybe there is a need for legislation, there's kind of a contradiction between the exhaustion of businesses complying with some of these rules, but potentially what we need for the public good. How do you rectify, maybe, Raphael, for you to start from a business perspective, what it means to now have to comply with a lot of these rules and potentially be faced with a new onslaught of legislation?
Yes, it's not easy to implement, but it's not at only a European level. Globally, if you are industry, to all these norms and standards you have to comply with, but it's part of the game. Basically, why are there regulation? Is to, let's say, if there's some imbalance, to balance everything. The idea is to help everyone, to bring clarity, and we need clarity. Also, we need strict deadlines. Sometimes it helps to then improve your roadmap if you are a private company and so on, and for users to know on this state. And typically, when you look at the Data Act, very interesting piece of legislation, definitely. But when you look at this different, let's say, date or calendar date for the implementation phase. For instance, there's the withdrawal of data agrees. Sorry if I'm focusing on this, but basically, if you migrate your data to one provider to another one, you should not pay extra charges for the amount of your data. Why is the complete withdrawal in 27? So 3 years, basically, after the sentence is first. Why not now? So what does it mean? I mean, is it yes or is it no? Black or white? So you see that it's very complicated. Sometimes you have to look in the details, and even if we can understand the market should be adapted, but the signal is not very clear, and we need consistency. And for sure, we need consistency in a positive way, but that's it. So, as I said before, regulation is good, but implementation will be tremendous, will be key. But also an implementation that considers the current situation. What does it mean, as you said, with the DMA? If tomorrow a DMA can evolve and maybe integrate cloud services or maybe generative AI practices, why not? We have to think smart, and it does mean you have to recreate a new law. So it's a mix of situations. But if markets evolve in such a way that you need to regulate again, why not? But in the condition to have impact assessment, a clear dialogue with relevant stakeholders, it has been done on a different piece of legislation that have to be to welcome. So that's typically the I would say the main point, and let's see what the future will bring, definitely. But so we are not and to end maybe on this, regulation is not against innovation. So we have to find the right balance, and if at the moment where the European values are kept, that's the most important.
Can I have final remarks on what you're hoping to see from the Commission. We've talked about sort of issues, the Digital Markets Act and that possibly adapting to AI cloud. It sounds like it's one of them. What is your one wish list that ends up in the Commission's mandate?
So I'll answer that and also just refer a little bit back to the discussion just now. So, to your kind of initial question, certainly there's been a lot of legislation over the past mandate, and naturally, when you have all those new rules, the focus, I think, should turn to making sure that they're enforced effectively. So I agree with that. Having said that, I agree with you as well about, there may be some changes we need, including to some of these laws we just passed. So certainly on the DMA, I think in its current form, I don't think it's really suited to dealing with the problems or the competition challenges that we're seeing in AI, which is obviously developing very quickly. It was written before everything that we're seeing now. And so I think, for example, yes, we may need to designate the hyperscalers because that computing power is giving them huge ability to shape the direction of AI. Maybe we need to also include foundation models in the DMA, because if you think of AI as a kind of stack, if we have a few foundation model providers, and then everyone else is kind of building applications on those models through APIs and so on, that's a kind of gatekeeper position as well. So I think we should think of changes like that. And just because the laws are so recent, we shouldn't hesitate to update them quickly if we need to. I think we should be kind of agile in the way that technology companies are as well in that sense. But then kind of going to enforcement, so we, along with 13 other civil society groups, recently published a manifesto for the next commission, which focuses a lot on the structure point I made earlier, on market structure, and also on effective enforcement. So there are a couple of things I would highlight from that. I think firstly, we want to see a much less siloed approach to enforcement within the commission. So, I think at the moment still kind of DG Comp does its own thing, DG Connect does something else, DG Grow does one thing. I mean, obviously there is communication, but I think often they can be a little bit territorial and we don't have enough synergies. So I would want to, from our perspective, focusing on market power, I think we would want to see a focus on dealing with concentration and kind of building a more open economy across the whole commission. And I think because this isn't just about competition policy, I think lots of different tools can either increase or decrease market concentration. So Raphael was talking about procurement. When we are handing out public contracts, are we giving it to the biggest players or subsidies under state aid? Are we giving it to the biggest players, or are we consciously thinking, no, we want to create alternatives using public resources? And you can apply that to industrial policy, tax policy, lots of other tools kind of can play into this question of market structure. More practically speaking, we should try and create some kind of vehicle for more regulatory collaboration on digital. So, for example, I'm from the UK, and there you have something called the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, which brings together the Competition Authority, the Data Privacy Authority, the Communications Regulator, and the Financial Regulator, and they all kind of work together and look at cross-cutting issues like AI, for example, and think about what is the overlap and how can we kind of work together. So I think that would be really good. And then I think a couple of principles on, I think, what good enforcement looks like, kind of going back to things that I said before. So I think, fines are not enough, and we had this discussion yesterday about the GDPR. These, especially the bigger players, can just absorb fines and kind of keep doing what they're doing. So let's focus on actually changing the kind of structure of their business models where necessary, and having kind of bright line rules and saying, in certain cases you just cannot do that, whether we're fining you or not. I think focus on the biggest players who have systemic power kind of upstream. That applies to AI, but lots of other areas. And don't, apply loads of regulation to smaller companies that we're not necessarily worried about, and that will potentially stifle innovation. And you see that, of course, under the DMA with the gatekeepers and the DSA focusing on VLOPs, even the AI Act, which has obligations for systemic AI models. But let's kind of have that as an approach across digital regulation. And then finally, there's just this resources question. So I think at the moment, I think given the scale of the companies that we're often dealing with, particularly on the competition side, I just don't think often the resources are there. If you look at the team enforcing the DMA, fantastic people in there, but there's only about 80 of them. And if you think about the number of companies that they're dealing with, the number of platforms, specific obligations, and the number of lawyers and economists and so on the other side, I just think they need more resources. And we heard some good ideas earlier in the conference about, you know, whether you could have, for example, a levy on gatekeepers to pay for DMA enforcement. But I think as we also, you know, talk about the next EU budget, we should be seriously thinking about putting more money, because I think actually the returns on investment, for example, from tougher competition enforcement for the economy would be way bigger than what we'd be spending. I mean, you know, there's an economist, Jan Eckhout, he's calculated that market concentration costs us, you know, 8% of GDP a year. You know, you can challenge those figures potentially, but I think it's a big amount. And so I think whatever we spend on increasing enforcement is going to be a really good return on investment. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Rafael, or sorry, Damien, final remarks?
So it's yeah. So the idea is how to have again the to think a European way of innovation. Basically, that's the point. And we also think about as Open Markets Institute maybe some concrete proposals on how to reshape, let's say, this and shift this. And we'll not bother you with all of them. But if I can summarize in four pillars. Let's say the first one will be to enforce a digital rule of law. What does it mean? It's making sure there's data protection, but also clear, transparent indicators, also for unsustainable indicators. That mean clear rules, where I have to go, where I have to do to achieve this. And so it's a mix between strengthening data protection and make sure everything is ethical, transparent, and trustworthy. The second point will be on competition, strengthening a digital single market. This word is using a lot, such as competitiveness probably will be one of the buzzwords in this year with different various reports. But does it mean anti-competitive practices? How can make in concrete? Maybe it could be an annual report every year to monitor what's happening. And looking again on the Data Act, a short example, the Commission has a possibility to verify that the dominant players will not have abusing, let's say, egregious charges and so on this to monitor. But how to monitor is, how make it concrete, simple, accessible, how to define the criteria. It's something that we can imagine. But to have this yearly report, we do it normally on a national level. Each law, the government must make a report to the parliament on the evolution of the, why not having this in this aspect. Another point is funding. We already discussed it, but to how to make sure that that European players can work together and find the, let's say, the money, let's say, to achieve this. And last but not least, the talent. It's very important, and you tackled this also perfectly. It's the knowledge. I mean, if you think about very easily, if you from the university and so on, you make a focus on open source solutions, non-European, non-proprietary solutions from the beginning on. That means that the future PhD, the future talents will work where used to work on alternative solutions. And these alternatives will be maybe the main ones. And this will also think about the industry, rethink the supply chain, make sure that you reduce the dependency on non-European resources. This could everything put together. It's the knowledge, and it takes time, definitely. But we have 5 years in front of us, so it's it could be a good way to think for the next couple of years.
Thank you, and last but not least.
Okay, I'll try to make it short. I think a lot has been said, which I agree with. So the first one would be when we do regulate, I agree with you, there are some little tweaks that we could do. Yeah? For example, there was always the question of, for the migration regulation that we did between the cloud service providers, how deep should you go? You know, maybe we should have gone a bit deeper than we did in how we regulated, because it's only the top level where you have the migration rights, not so much deeper. And I think the second point is smart regulation. If we regulate, I think to make it as simple as possible, and to think about de minimis clauses, so to exclude maybe smaller players if possible, if they can't circumvent then all regulation, but I think that could be something to look at. And then when we look at enabling businesses, I think a lot of things have been said. I agree with talent. We need to have European immigration laws that are good. We need to stop thinking, when we think about migration, about asylum. We're being driven by the far right to complete wrong thoughts on what migration actually means for Europe, and I think that's something we need to urgently fix. And I would really like to ask also all businesses to engage in this fight, because it's not being won at the moment. Yeah? And I can tell you, because I just lost a law, the Long-Term Residence Directive, as one of the laws I was negotiating because of pressures from the far right. And so this has been paused for at least a year. So this is an actual competitive disadvantage we're currently having in Europe. And then I think about funding as well. I think there is fun and cool ways we can do things. A lot of smaller businesses are not being employed by, or like subcontracted by, the private sector and the public sector, because they don't have the business insurance, because they don't have the size. So I think we can think about insuring smaller businesses for their larger contracts that they couldn't shoulder themselves. We can think about CapEx innovation. President Macron actually brought together the institutional investors to invest 5% into smaller and medium-sized startups. Also, I think that's crucial, because we can't do everything with just equity. I think we need to also enable funding via like foreign capital, and I think that is a really cool tool that has been thought about. Yeah, so there are many other, I think, interesting ways to fix the valley of death, but I'll stop there. And yeah, thanks a lot. One more thing I want to say is, I think on these topics we will have a broader majority in Parliament, and also in the future, because competitiveness, there is a lot of nerds working on these topics in the different groups, and on data, and I hope that by that, like bridging the different political directions, we can actually move ahead.
And we're going to stop there. Apologies, we don't have time for questions because we spoke too long, but maybe you can continue the questions in the breaks throughout the day.
All right. So thanks for the initial panel, for the discussions, and yeah, we want to continue these discussions with our next keynote speaker, where we want to somehow change the perspective on the things we've discussed for the 3 days. The Big Five was mentioned today a lot, the Big Five of regulation. Until this morning, I thought of the Big Five when I was traveling to South Africa and wanted to spot the 5 big animals. Now I know the Big Five are also on regulation. And yeah, these Big Five lead to a lot of complexity. And if we want to try to have maybe a better understanding of this complexity, maybe we can also try to see it through the eyes of a child. And this leads me to welcome on stage Heiko Richter from the Max Planck Institute in Munich for Innovation and Competition, who will give us a keynote speech on EU digital legislation as a Wimmel picture, what children's books can teach us about laws. And I think this is a good way to somehow change the perspective on these files. And Heiko, maybe you can give us some insights. Where is Wally in regards of the digital regulation? And a warm applause, please. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Michael, for this kind introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's really an honor to provide a keynote speech here at the Data Summit. Now, I have to admit that this speech was actually inspired by an invitation that I had last November, also here in Berlin, where the organizer asked me to give a speech on the Wimmelbild of EU digital legislation. So, first of all, what are Wimmelbilder? Wimmel pictures. Wimmel pictures are large format pictures that show a variety of elements, figures, and actions in one image. And the tradition goes back, you can see here, to the Middle Ages, as you can see in the works of Hieronymus Bosch, for example, or Peter Bruegel the Older. And nowadays, Wimmel pictures are primarily aimed at children, and the forefather, maybe some of you know, is Ali Mitguc, a Munich-based artist, and this also explains why the term Wimmelbild is even used in the English language. Now, in English-speaking countries, it's probably Martin Handford's Where's Wally? Wo's Walter, the best-known similar work. Now, the title that was selected by the organizer made sense to me at first glance, because obviously we already heard about the Big Five. Several digital acts have been enacted or proposed, and this has resulted in a very complex and untransparent set of rules. And the Wimmel picture metaphor suggests that the whole state of regulation is confusing, even chaotic, and that the devil is in the detail. Now, in this context, I think the term Wimmel picture takes on a rather pejorative meaning, because laws should ideally be the opposite, right? They should be understandable, user-friendly, and clear. Now, that puzzled me. On closer inspection, this negative connotation is a bit strange, because after all, children and arguably also adults around the world enjoy Wimmel pictures and their complexity. So I wanted to have a closer look at that and ask myself, are there profound differences and similarities between Wimmel pictures and laws that also cast the metaphor in a different light? Now, indeed, both are works which were generated during a sort of creative process, and once they're in the world, they take on a life on their own in the eyes of the recipient. Now, what does a comparison of the creation and reception between EU laws on the one hand and the creation and reception process of Wimmel pictures on the other hand, what does it reveal? Well, now, I may be able to say something about laws. I did so in the past, also on this podium, but I didn't have the slightest idea about Wimmel pictures. So in order to carry out my thought experiments, I needed to speak with a Wimmel picture expert. And not only because we have some of her books at home, I instantly came across Rotraud Susanne Berner, and she's considered one of the world's most regarded illustrators of children's books. Her masterpiece, which you can see here, is The Seasons. That's an epic cycle of 4 Wimmel picture books in which numerous creatures unfold their little lives. Rotraud Berner, she's now 75 years old and has received highest distinctions for her artistic works. Her books have sold millions of copies in over 30 countries. And in fact, I was able, and very glad about that I could speak with her personally over a coffee about the creation and reception of Wimmel pictures. Now, in the following, based on this conversation, I would like to share my insights and reflections on how taking a closer look at Wimmel pictures helps us to see the special features of digital laws even more clearly. Now, first, there's the issue. That's a picture of her autumn Wimmel book, the first picture. There's the issue of complexity. Now, in our conversation, it became absolutely clear to me that the comparison is worthwhile, indeed, because just like laws, Wimmel pictures are complex in the eye of the beholder, while at the same time, its creation is a multi-layered process. Now, the composition of backgrounds and sceneries and moods that you can see here is based on meticulous planning. And Rotraud Berner conceived her Wimmel pictures as a serialized novel. So she began by writing scripts and logging role descriptions, and this explains actually why you can watch dozens of characters mature individually and interact interpersonally in her books. And this all adds up to a small society that develops as a whole. By creating a dynamic microcosm without words, she founded an entirely new genre of children's books. Now, the illustrations are sprinkled with countless gimmicks for young and older readers to enjoy. As an example, what you can see here is in the front of the picture a fountain of water that shoots up, while right next to it, you can see there in a small circle, a picture hangs in a room that shows a fox and a raven with cheese in its beak. Now, some literate individuals amongst you may already or immediately spot the intellectual connection. I didn't. It is Jean de La Fontaine, whose fable on the raven and the fox is foreseen here and then told on the following pages. Now, overall, it took Ms. Berner roughly about 5 years to complete the season cycle, not least because she deliberately chose not to illustrate digitally, but purely by hand. And by the way, she remarked that there appears to be a tendency in the illustrators of children's books to go back to analog drawing. It's quite interesting. Also, this remark on the Data Summit. The reason being the result is better and warmer. That were her words. Now, after all, it becomes clear, I think, that Wiml pictures are comparable to EU digital acts when it comes to richness of thematic entanglements and complexity and also details. This brings us to the second issue, which is coherence, because a high level of complexity inevitably leads to the call for coherence, meaning the issue of consistency in content and presentation. Now, legal scholars may tend to think that coherence is the holy grail for laws, while for children's books it may be nice to have at best. I think this hubris would fail to recognize that children have an unspoiled and utterly sharp perception, meaning that their eagle eyes rarely miss a contradiction, right? And for example, when the same head is painted green in one picture and yellow in another picture, and the consequences of such incoherencies, they can be disastrous because they naturally prompt the child to ask why, and parents are mostly unable to find a convincing answer. So eventually, contradictions in Wiml picture books can jeopardize bedtime rituals in millions of homes. Now, therefore, just as with laws, an incoherent intellectual work unpredictably affects reality. And it is for exactly this reason that Ms. Berner takes the possibility of eliminating inconsistencies very seriously. For example, she received a letter, not an email, a letter, from a young boy who furiously complained that a little girl, that you can see here, was only wearing one glove and the other could be seen lying in the apartment on the kitchen table. But later on, she puzzlingly wore two. And as a reaction, Berner corrected this mistake in the subsequent edition. And now, as for laws, coherence is a constitutional requirement, actually, but it remains a rarely achieved ideal in practice. And inconsistency, both within legal acts and between legal acts, has even become a typical feature of EU digital legislation. And there are various reasons for that, right? There's horizontal and vertical coordination with the different terminologies, opposing legal cultures amongst member states, etc. Now, in addition, EU digital regulation is a field where multiple stakeholders' interests clash strongly, and therefore uncertainty and inconsistency must be even built in to enable political consensus. Notable are especially the interfaces between digital regulation and intellectual property, trade secrets, data protection, and in my view, actually, this has been now made even more complicated considering that the Data Governance Act and the Data Act have introduced a new regulatory category of non-personal data. There's also the open questions of private law enforcement. Now, after all, instead of reaching the goal of harmonization and coherence, regulation increases EU-wide fragmentation. Coherence then may be established by the courts, at best a few later by the ECJ. And in addition, we can explain the incoherent, contradictory nature of EU legislation also by the EU legislative process. And this leads us now to the third point. Now, laws are the result of political compromise. And anyone who's ever been involved in an EU trialogue, it's like bringing owls to Essen to say this actually here, knows how much is discussed, lobbied, and negotiated, not to say bargained for. Now, thousands of individuals are involved in creating something that is ultimately published only on a few pages on the official journal of the EU. And actually, I think it feels truly unsatisfying that there's no single individual who can fully comprehend EU digital law and knows all the background of its creation. Now, in contrast, an individual artist, like a Wiml picture book author, is seemingly able to create more rigorously without any need to compromise. At least that's what I said before I talked to Ms. Berner, but in my conversation with her, it became clear that this is only half of the truth. Because indeed, there is the ordinary pressure of market demand, but what adds to it is the fact that children's books are highly political, because they aestheticize, so they inevitably educate. And that is why many people would like to have their say here. And Otraud Berner is not exempt from politicized criticism, For example, she's confronted with questions like why nuns or church spires are often visible, why people smoke in the cafe, or why she depicts two garbage men and not women with a migration background, right? At this point, I think it's the actual paradigm of the work that becomes relevant. According to Rotraud Berner, the Wimmelbild should capture the world, or at least a small fraction of it, as it is, and not as this or that person would like it to be. Much inspiration comes from everyday life, not the least because the depiction of the observable, often by knowingly exaggerating cliches, is particularly important because it encourages the reader to engage with reality. Now, I more and more understood how difficult it is to free artistic expression from the burden of societal expectations that are placed on children's books. And in contrast, digital laws may be seen at the other end of the spectrum, right? Regulation has a steering function since it aims to achieve a socioeconomic state in the future. For example, making market positions contestable, promoting innovation or fairness. But I think one easily overlooks that every law is based on implicit assumptions about the current state of things. And the accurate capturing of reality is a prerequisite for functioning regulation. And especially when it comes now to digital regulation, this capturing is often a quite complex and even speculative exercise, amounting to laws which assume modes of action and take on an experimental character. Nowadays, such issues of reality and aspiration inevitably have a global dimension, but even back in 2007, and to remind you, George W. Bush was US president, and the very first smartphones, so-called iPhones, came on the market. So in 2007, Rotraud Berner's Wimmel Pictures books were already in the focus of the German daily press in global context. What happened was that her books were offered the rare opportunity to be licensed to an American publisher. However, the publisher imposed condition because, in his opinion, it was the Winter Wimmel picture book that contained precarious content. Now, specifically, it depicted, you can see here, an exhibition in which naked breasts were exposed in a painting, and a micro penis no bigger than half a rice grain on a mini statute. Now, what happened was that, according to the US publisher, Rotraud Berner would have to retouch this as well as all cigarettes and pipes. Now, what she did was she refused, and the lucrative deal was off. Now, German public opinion celebrated her as a defender of freedom of expression, and now it's very, very tempting to draw parallels with two prominent transatlantic regulatory deals, which have also fallen through, at least following the intervention of the Court of Justice, the Schrems rulings, right? The Schrems rulings not only exemplify the significance of cultural clashes concerning digital regulation, but also how global capitalism forces actors into compromises which ultimately feel like squared circles. The fourth issue is curiosity. Now, if you look at the recipients, Wimmel Pictures primarily address children. And children learn through the joy of observation and exploration. Complexity provokes curiosity precisely through its aesthetic expression, stimulating language, perception, and imagination. Now, children, I think, are grateful recipients when it comes to laws. Maybe scholars at best fall into the category of childlike recipients, as the complexity of laws may trigger their pure excitement. But for practitioners, it's only the applicability and effects of the laws that matter, right? In fact, laws inevitably apply to their addressees, and at best, only those stakeholders who benefit from the regulations are grateful. But in the case of digital legislation, it is often impossible to clearly assess this in advance, and therefore clear positioning is the exception, and rather preemptive, dismissive criticism are the rule in the frame of digital lawmaking. And once they have entered into force, regulation forces all subject to learn, a major problem being that those who have the resources to do so learn better and faster. And I think this causes a serious problem in the real world. As effect of regulation, the gap between small and large widens even further. And this is not mitigated by the often included exemptions or modifications of rules, for example, for micro and small enterprises. Now, finally, continuity. The Wimmel pictures stay with you for life. They shape human aesthetic perception early on, you can remember maybe which children's books you read and how much the images that you saw have burned into your memory, right? What a locomotive looks like, what an angry dog looks like, or what a whole season like summer looks like. And this visual imprint, it lasts a lifetime, and in contrast, the EU's digital laws are not guaranteed to last forever. And also, regulatory uncertainty and the dynamic nature of the subject matter of regulation increasingly prompt legislators to include evaluation obligations or sunset clauses. In reality, however, laws often come to stay, and once they are in place, they stabilize expectations. And after a while, the subjective impression of complexity or chaos also disappears. In other words, we get used to the rules, and the next generation is born into them. And this is exactly the transition we are currently undergoing with EU digital legislation, whether we welcome the rules or not. Now, to come to an end, I would like to return to my initial question. Can pondering Wimmel pictures help us to see even more clearly what special features digital laws have? And indeed, a comparison reveals similarities and differences alike, which does not really come as a surprise, as both are intellectual works. And without doubt, both share a comparable degree of complexity. But unlike in Wimmel pictures, coherency of digital laws remains wishful thinking. And it will ever remain wishful thinking, I think. When it comes to compromise, the artistic freedom of individual creativity implies no need for that when creating Wimmel pictures. But in reality, children's books are exposed to public discourse and political pressure as well. And therefore, it is an existential challenge for art to be detached from public opinion, while in contrast, reconciling public opinion is the actual mission of democratically created laws. Wimmel picture recipients bring natural curiosity, thankfulness, and eagerness to learn. Much less can be expected from addressees of the law, which simply forces them to learn and to adapt behavior. And finally, laws and Wimmel pictures have a lasting impact as they shape individual perception and societal expectations respectively. Now, ultimately, I hope that this little thought experiment has stimulated your imagination a bit, and it is up to you to take it even further. For sure, I think that the initial hypothesis, Wimmelbild of EU digital legislation, holds true, but not for the mundane reasons of chaos and unprofessionalism this metaphor implies at first glance. I think such a superficial interpretation would do justice neither to laws nor to children's books. Thank you very much.
It's difficult to continue after this kind of impressive keynote. It would be appropriate to breathe off and to have a break, but it's not planned to have a break. We have to continue. Many thanks, Heiko. And I'm recommending your article. I think you can find it online. And it's worth reading a couple of times. I did it a couple of times, I can confirm. Now, we continue with quite a difficult subject, to be honest. The competitiveness of the European cloud industry. And I have great panelists. It's my honor that we have a representative from the European Commission. Laura Balki is with us. Laura, please join us. Also great friends of mine, Francesco Bonfillo, representing Dynamo, a former CEO of Gaia, or the first one of Gaia. Please welcome Francesco. We have naturally a representative from the Federal Ministry of Economy and Climate, and I'm glad that Marco Schult is with us. Dear Marco, please join us. We have one association with us, representative coming from Brussels. I think they are celebrating next year 10 years. Francesco Mingoranza representing CISPE. Francesco, please join us. Maybe over. Yeah. And the Wimmel picture of Heiko is here. So, Maybe some of you know that we had we have produced a paper a couple of months ago, and we were like looking for some guidelines for the Commission where to continue. We wanted to identify what are the biggest obstacles for the competitiveness of the European cloud industry. Among the issues that we have identified was the leverage of market power, among others, the market concentration, capital issues, then the abuse of market power that was obviously not sanctioned. Maybe some people also criticized at that time, I remember, that the DMA missed the mark, and we see in the first wave of designation there is no cloud services, although cloud services are clearly named into the group of core services. So I'm wondering, a couple of months later, maybe we start with Laura. Do you believe some of the issues that we have identified are still valid, or how do you see them?
Yeah, well, I hope this works. If not,
yeah,
please shout. Okay, perfect. First of all, congratulations to you, first and foremost, on this document and to all the signatories and the BDI Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. I think you were really ahead of the curve with the memorandum on a lot of the policy conversations we're having right now. For example, you made the very clear link between cloud and AI, and I know that we talk about it all the time, but I think you brought this really to a broader audience. So congrats on that. And yes, if you ask me what has changed, we already heard from Raphael on the previous panel. A lot of the things related to concentration, to market shares, they have not changed considerably. But I do think it's important to look at what has changed, and I think there are two things to consider. First of all, and you capture this so well in the document, the fact that the cloud is getting ever more important. Now, we talked already at this conference about AI, about data, but none of that fun stuff is happening without the cloud. You need the computing dimension, so that's why I think this panel is so important. And we also heard already in the previous panel the link between cloud and AI. Cloud providers, the dominant ones, are increasingly moving into that AI space. They're spending large amounts of capital to get their infrastructure ready for AI. I think there's a statistic that the GPUs, AI-optimized GPUs, are about 10 to 30 times more expensive than classical data center equipment, and that ties in with some of the capital power things you mentioned in the memorandum. But one more thing that has changed, and I think this is really key, is the legislative landscape in the EU. With the Data Act, a full chapter on cloud switching, we, for the first time, have a legislative tool that opens up space in the cloud market. So free, fast, fluid switching. These things are completely new, and they are game changers, and our next big challenge will be effective enforcement.
Many thanks for this introduction, and your words matters to us a lot. Many thanks for that. Francesco was one of the protagonists, so to say, in Cadenabia. And from today's perspective, how do you see the paper? What's on your mind? What has changed since then? Obviously your role, but how do you? What's your opinion on that?
Thanks, Pencho. Thanks for inviting me again. You know, I love to be, the bad guy talking about the elephants in the room. So, unfortunately, nothing has changed since Scandinavia. That would be a miracle. But the elephant in the room is the following. I was listening this morning and the other day is very interesting discussions. But let's be very blunt and honest. So when we talk about the unfair market or the need for a playing field leveling, let's consider that the companies we are talking about, let's take Google, have a market capitalization which is huge. So Google has got 2 trillion of market capitalization. I see friends from OVH here in the room, so just to take, I think, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, cloud service provider in Europe has got 2 billion capitalization. So we're talking about, orders of magnitude. the number of customers, so the customer base of a company like Google is 5 billions. And we are talking about the citizenship of Europe, which is about 440 or 450 millions. So this tells me two things. There is no concrete way in the industry for anyone to compete at this level, economically speaking. And there is, I think, a serious risk that any legislation can be put at risk or put under discussion by the superpower of legal entities that, as a matter of fact, can leverage their customer base to impose, if not suggest, their rules and be even stronger the policymakers that we have in Europe. At the least I hear and I fear this risk. So what has happened, I think, is that we have definitely a greater awareness of the problem. And the paper, I was reading again the paper of we made in Scandinavia, and I fully subscribe what we said. I think it's a very great manifesto. And I think we should move ahead. In other words, try to find alternative ways which are not replacement of the regulation, replacement of the need for a fair market or more democratic usage of data and technologies. Not at all. All these things are good, but we definitely need, let me say, a more pragmatic move into building something that can concretely compete. And in my mind, the only way to make it happen is through a commercial aggregation, which is exactly what I'm doing with Dynamo, which is what I started. I mean, the principle is exactly in the strategy of GaiaRX that now keeps going in that direction, but we know the limitation of an association. This cannot be created by a not-for-profit association, but as well, talking to the CEOs of the leading European companies, I understand everybody's got the same problem, but nobody can make it alone. So what I'm really trying to do is to create something that is I call it a utility platform, and a utility platform to aggregate all the cloud service providers, because I believe that this ecosystem needs to be protected and enforced. And I want to close this first phase with a very simple reflection, which is part of our paper. And I made this reflection in Como. You remember, I said, look, if you look at the biggest players in the digital, AI, cloud, you name it, doesn't matter. You know what? The cloud or the digital is a secondary business. For Microsoft, for Google, and for Amazon, no one of them is still making money out of the cloud. That was built as a secondary business out of their primary business, being advertisement, being all sales, being software products. So like it or not, that's the truth. And we have had no one in Europe doing the same model. I think this business model, it's successful. We have the proof of the concept, but we haven't started that. So like a Siemens building as a secondary business a worldwide cloud, that could have been an example, but it's late. So we need to do something faster, and that's why I hope that this aggregation model can help, at the least, moving ahead in the right direction.
Thank you, Francesco. I remember at that time I did my best to have a representative from the Federal Ministry of Economy, and I failed, but that's why I'm now extremely lucky that Marco has joined this session. And probably Marco is going to criticize me, say, Pencho, this is really a great bubble, and you're missing something in the full picture. What's your opinion on the paper, firstly, Marco, and later Jan Datum?
Thank you. Maybe a short introduction, because I think the majority here don't know me. My name is Marco Schult, and I'm working from the early days for GaiaX from side of the ministry when it started between Germany and France. I also was working on, also have parts in Catena X, Manufacturing X, also here from side of the ministry. And I'm the co-coordinator, one of the co-coordinators who initiated the IPSA Next Generation Cloud Infrastructures and Services. And based on that, I can firstly give a first statement here in the round. I would like to start with this. I think Europe is stronger than we all expected. Yes, we have the mindset, we have the knowledge, we have the human resources, and even cloud topics and technologies are driven by Europeans abroad. Yeah, this is really a key fact. And having said this, I was surprised today, and therefore thank you very much. Maybe I have to push you out of your bubble here on the room, but I'm very much surprised today because I never heard some things about industrial requirements today. You know, what is industrial requirements? Because there is a reason why there is a low cloud uptake from side of the industry, specifically in Europe. There is a reason why. And you cannot just say this regulation will foster this. Regulation is not the only case. There are a couple of reasons why the cloud uptake is not necessary. And I think from our perspective, specifically from the ministries, we have to hear what are the main issues to cloudify the services out of industries. What are the main issues, how we can compromise, how we can come forward. And what I would always like to search out is cloud. We talk about cloud industries, but what are cloud industries? I would like to talk about more specific about cloud services and also cloud technologies. Yeah? And specifically the field of cloud technologies, this is from our perspective one of the reasons why this is a huge hurdle for European cloud industries, because we created silos on European scale on cloud industries. And that's the reason why cloud services, specifically be functioning on that silos, are not able to scale. That's the point. And this is a point we have to come via and to emphasize also the industry to work together. And from our perspective, and this is really what we like to push forward, is we really would like to put competition out of the infrastructure point. That's the baseline. Have competition on services point. That's where the innovation takes place, not in the infrastructure point. And if we can do so, yeah, and this is from first hand, one of the main issues here is a coordination issue on European scale. And that's one of the reasons why we are introduced an important project of common European interest and cloud technologies. And from our perspective, it's not a way to go. And sorry, this is some criticism also on my memorandum, to shape the European world, how the world is. So therefore, the state of art is not interesting. If we want to compete, we need to innovate. And therefore, what we need to develop is the next generation of cloud, the next generation capable handling industrial services on large scale, in real-time capabilities, with ultra-low latency, and also with the bandwidth guarantees in between. This is the necessity, what is needed for future services, you know. And having said this, it is basically also one of the objectives what we're striving for the IPSAI. And this is very unique. There is no second instrument in Europe with this kind of large scale. And finally, we will release with the IPSAI some investment of 7.8 billion euros, you know, over the project's lifetime. And this is really remarkable. And we have 12 member states, more than 110 projects with 200 and more companies attached to really developing this vision that we can be able, as Europeans, to develop our own cloud technologies and have competition on cloud services level. And coming back to your memorandum, because you asked so frankly for, also put you out of the bubble, this is from me, the memorandum, what you pushed there is right, basically. We have heard this today also around, but you don't take the perspective outside the box. You don't push the way forward with the memorandum, you know? This is for me, would be for me the most interesting point, and I didn't see it. And in the end, just put cash on bare metal doesn't solve the issue with silos, you know? Yeah. Therefore, we need to be more clever. We need to have a comprehensive European approach to overcome these obstacles, to really creating a European silo, say this that way, but not having national silos. And this is also true for AI in the end.
Thanks for the clear. I've learned that my micro doesn't work. Let me try with this. Thanks for the clear words. Maybe in the interest of time, I'm simply Francisco to continue in the same spirit. We have obviously missed something in the paper, but yeah, please reflect on it.
Thank you, Pencho, for the invitation. I'm here representing Cloud Infrastructure Service Provider. And I read or reread the paper yesterday, and I found it great. Honestly, it's forward-looking, and it's anticipating a lot of the issues that needs to be tackled maybe for the next commission. So I am really proud that I contributed to this paper. And I want to bounce back on Laura's comments on enforcement and maybe focus on the enforcement side, the recommendation in the paper. Because as an organization, we have, maybe you know, we have been forced to recourse to litigation to try to solve some of the competition issues that the providers in Europe are suffering in the market, and specifically in relation to unfair software licensing, lock-in on the cloud with the software. So CISPE has filed now 2 years ago a complaint in Brussels against the Microsoft for their practices, and we have been trying to enforce simply the competition rules because the DMA and the Data Act somehow missed the mark for the cloud sector and are not addressing this issue. So for us, and I think it's one of the first elements of the paper, enforcement is important, and enforcement of competition rules, existing competition rules, not the new, the DMA or the Data Act, but those ones. And being here in Berlin, having filed a complaint in Brussels, I think, and in Germany, I think it's an important location. Berlin, Bonn, Brandenburg, Brussels, lots of B, and billions, lots of billions too. But I think in Germany, the one thing I wanted to mention is and it's relating to the paper and the enforcement, is the Bundeskartellamt, another B. They have been designating gatekeepers, and we are still, failing to see Microsoft being designated as a gatekeeper. We have Amazon, Google, Meta, Apple, but Microsoft is still, missing. And I think the problems that we have seen with Microsoft have been, a similar problem have arisen in the last weeks with the acquisition of VMware by Broadcom. And we have been faced with another very large threat to the cloud industry in Europe in the form of brutal licensing changes which are forcing both customers and cloud providers to accept new, unreasonable price hikes. And by unreasonable, I mean not percentage-wise, is from 3 to 12 times the price of a license. And because of the economic dependence of both large companies, the ministries, also the public sector, and the cloud providers, they have been given no choice. And here is where the enforcement, the Bundeskartellamt, the Commission, national and international enforcement agency needs to coordinate. And the message specifically for Germany, Germany is not any national no country or national enforcement regulator. It's currently the Bundeskartellamt, and Mr. Mundt is the chairman of the international coordination network between regulators. And when it comes to large companies, hyperscalers, Broadcom, imposing unfair licensing practices with the software on the cloud and the operator, Germany has a particular role and responsibility, and we hope to see a little bit of that echoed, a little bit of our call for more enforcement echoed in Germany. Thank you.
You can ask the same question Ms. Hossenfelder, who is going to join us a bit later. But sorry, should I use this one? Yeah, I'm sorry. Following Marco, we should be more optimistic. But we have realized also in Cadenabia that there is a lot of money put, but somehow there are no changes in the market structure in Europe. And there are huge expectations when it comes to IPSAE. There was some criticism among the participants. I remember that time that the uptake is really, really slow and bureaucratic. I'm simply saying what I've heard from a couple of participants. And many people were wondering about convergence of plenty of programs, strategies, etc. And that was kind of criticism, and many were asking for some umbrella or some more coherence. I think, Laura, you are best placed to say a couple of words on that.
Yeah, but first of all, let me quickly react to some of the points that were made. Thanks, Pencho. I absolutely agree, and thank you, Marco, for reflecting on the IPCI. I didn't mention it because I knew you would do a better job giving the IPCI pitch. But one thing that Francisco said about the Data Act and the DMA missing the mark, that's something I would have to strongly disagree with, because the Data Act, its intention was to enable switching, and it will. Now, it entered into force just January this year, so we still have a bit of time left. all the provisions will enter into application in September 2025. So I think it's certainly too early to say that it missed the mark. It doesn't address all the things that you addressed in your intervention, I'll give you that. But we already see certain effects on the market. So lots of competition authorities in the member states and also in the UK, in the US, are looking into competition barriers in the cloud market. A key thing they raise time and time again are egress fees. Now, who's removing egress fees? The Data Act. And we already see some effects on the market. So some of the biggest providers, no need to repeat the names, have already announced that they're removing egress fees and doing that beyond Europe. So I think we need to at least acknowledge that point. And back to your question, Pencho, about sort of an overarching cloud strategy. So I think we had a cloud strategy in 2012, and that was about, when the technology was still very, very new and coming to life. But we learned about Vimmel pictures before, and what can help you find Waldo is a magnifying glass. And our magnifying glass for cloud policy is the 2020 data strategy. So when the von der Leyen Commission came in, what they did is they laid down their priorities for data, and cloud played a very big role in that strategy. And today you can look at that strategy and see the things that we can put a check mark next to, one of them being the Data Act, another one being the IPCI. And what the data strategy does, it proposes a mix of regulatory intervention, hard regulatory intervention like the Data Act, softer regulatory intervention, cloud rulebook, public procurement guidance, marketplace, maybe we'll come to that later. And it puts a very strong emphasis on investment. And I think this is where the IPCI point comes in. And previously, Damian Büselager mentioned the Digital Europe program. That's another huge thing. We have a thing called Simple that is happening under the Digital Europe program. The DOME marketplace is being established under the Digital Europe program. So whenever you're looking for the red thread that guides European cloud policy, it is the 2020 data strategy, and it's very nicely spelled out there. But yeah, I recognize that there's sometimes a bit of confusion, and that makes effective enforcement all the more important.
It was quite difficult to me to learn all the abbreviations, but yeah, there were plenty of them. Francesco, what's in your mind? I mean, when it comes to the coherence and convergence of the current financial package that is on the table, basically.
I have to be honest, and I very respectfully but deeply disagree also with my friend Marco here when he said that we don't have to invest on bare metal, and I take it as a provocation, but I want to remind everybody that we are talking what we are talking because of the birth of the cloud. So without the cloud, we wouldn't be talking about AI, wouldn't be talking about data economy, and our dependence from the infrastructure was what led us where we are today. And I believe that if we focus just on the data layer, we would make a significant mistake. Actually, the opposite result will come out, because the more we create common data spaces, which by definition will run on infrastructures, the more we keep relying and becoming dependent on those infrastructures where the data run. I have seen in the past 2 years slight but continuous defocusing from the need to regain independence and control on the infrastructure, which is not just hardware. And I think I'm right, otherwise we have a bigger idiosyncrasy in Europe where one of the biggest focus is on the CHIPS Act and on the IPSI on the chips. So why we are so focused on building chips if infrastructure is not important? So let's be honest. We need a new generation of cloud, yes, which is being distributed, and who knows me, I've been preaching this for 3 years, so I truly believe on that. But we cannot close our eyes and believe that we can build value on data, still leaving those data on the same platforms where they are today. This is going to lead us to the disaster. And my take is that we do have a lot, I like talking about numbers because they are huge. 145 billion euro just for the 20% of the recovery funds on digital. I think 8 billion for the Digital Euro program by heart, 7.8 kind of. The IPSAI CIS now allocates 2.6 billion at this moment. Half is co-investment, half is grant, and will grow, as you said, to up to 8 billion. So it's a huge amount of money. I don't see enough orchestration and governance to make sure that we are obtaining objectives that really create a competitive market, that really regain some competitivity in Europe. And more importantly, I don't see convergence of all these projects. And this scares me, because all these initiatives are important. There is a lot of money allocated, but I'm not sure if the 110 projects of the IPSAI CIS, which originally was born to build, a European capacity of cloud, and then the investment on the hardware side were stripped off, and nobody knew in the origin. But I'm not sure that these 110 projects will build in the end a real competitive European cloud infrastructure. I hope I'm wrong, but my feeling is very broadly shared across the industry. And there is an industry, there is a big industry of cloud. So there is hundreds of players that, for example, just for the very last example of a lock-in, which is the VMware, are running out of business because they are making maybe...
Because we have a deadline in 10 days. The cloud providers in Europe need to sign a new contract with VMware that they haven't even seen the terms.
Yeah.
And if they don't sign, they are kicked out of the VMware technology. And actually, the VMware technology is one of the key technology to make the cloud happen, both private and public. And that's why the dependency is so strong. So 10 days we have, just to be specific.
Yeah, we need to be aware of that. Nobody knew about that. It's likewise OpenAI with ChatGPT. In a 1 week time, they have been able to freeze the work on the AI Act because maybe we need to rethink about the document. So do you realize that we are in a situation where we cannot predict the future? And VMware is just the last example. Another example, there is 4 companies in the cloud industry in Europe that have more than 500 million revenues. All the rest, which is hundreds, have less than 10 billions or less than 50 million, so small, medium. 80% of them are dependent on VMware cloud stacks. VMware comes around the corner and say, you know what, we're going to quadruple the cost of licenses. You know how much margin they do on the market? Less than 10%. What would you do? You close the shop. That's the street type of discussion we have, and I really hope that Europe understand that we need to help the people down there because they make the fabric of the economy. The rest of the discussion is a nice to have.
It was quite a passionate intervention, but I'm used to it, Francesco, and I really like it. But let's continue in the same spirit. Marco, obviously we have, as I said, plenty of programs from the national perspective. Do you have some recommendation to maybe to the next commission? Where should we continue?
First of all, let me reflect on Francesco. I think it's very entertaining for the crowd here. First of all, what is important for the market? Cloud services. If you have the right cloud services in place and you can say, you can put them into the market in large scale, and they can really scale up this cloud service. This is important. The hardware will follow, the infrastructure part will follow and up to the request of the market. And basically also put cash on bare metal on one European provider, basically will create the lock-in in one European provider. So it's not industrial needs. What is the industry needs? They want to have the full control over the data. And it doesn't matter, it's a provider from abroad or a European provider. Therefore, we need to find a compromise, and we like to call it some kind of co-cooperative approach, how we can really push all the things together. And I do believe from side of the Commission, they have a coherent strategy. That's the reason simple fits in whole here. There was a missing part, this was simple. There was a missing part, this was DOME. And also there is the European data space is attached to that. And that's the reason why the Commission pushing this topic forward. And it's very different from what we would like to achieve from side of the IPSAI. Because really we need to develop something beyond global state of the art. We will really develop the next generation of cloud infrastructures and services in between. And this is true on the network part, on the interconnection part. And what we would like to achieve is not only cloud technologies. We would like to achieve to create a compute continuum from from the device, from the sensor device, up to the machine, up to the edges, and to the central cloud. A completely seamlessly, fully compute stack, and for the purpose of the European, on European scale, and that everybody is easy to access. SMEs know what they have to invest in, how to also enter those kind of infrastructures. It's a very easy, simple manner, and this is perfectly reflected also on the European strategy for the 10,000 edge nodes on the 2030 goal. And the IPSI will be one of the main contributors here from our perspective. Yeah. Coming to your question, I do you right. I think the Commission should do more to communicate all of their programs, all of their not only legislation, how this fits together, also the national initiatives. I do believe there is more communication necessary from side of the Commission, but from an internal point of view, I see there is a strategy. So and how this is comprehensive be conducted all together in direction of the European data spaces. Thank you.
Communication matters, and I think Laura has some clarification on this point, and then we continue with Francisco. If you have questions to our guests, please get ready.
Thanks, Pencho. No, just to also be a bit forward-looking and interactive with the discussion. Not so long ago, the Commission published a thing called a white paper. So a white paper on the future of digital networks. And what is really highlighted in that white paper is where the future of cloud policy lies, which is the convergence with the network elements. So cloud meets network. And that is very nicely laid out there. And why I'm bringing this up is in relation to the point about the IPCI and infrastructure, because the IPCI on next generation cloud infrastructure and services is an IPCI that focuses on the next generation of things, on research and innovation. That's where the focus lies. So in order to unlock that state aid under an IPCI of that nature, you need to prove that you are doing exactly that. And everyone who was involved in IPCI projects knows that it's not easy to prove that. It's a lengthy process. I still think it's right that there are certain rules to this. But what we're doing in the white paper is looking sort of beyond. And there are two things in there that are of interest. One of them is the Joint European Forum IPCI, where together with the member states, the Commission is looking at ways to streamline this process, to make it more straightforward for everyone involved. And the other thing is the option of a more infrastructure-focused IPCI, which is also laid down in that white paper, because there are different types of IPCIs. I don't want to bore you with IPCI communication, but there's a reason why this IPCI is designed in the way it is, and I invite you all to look at the white paper to get a feeling for where the future of cloud policy might go.
Francisco, please.
Just one remark from my side. Obviously, we read the white paper quite carefully. At the moment, there are the consultations here among the federal government. Nevertheless, the white paper described the what, but not the how. So that's a missing link here.
No, it's fine. It just while you asked me a question, responding to Laura. When I said miss the mark for our issues, which is, the software licensing and the abuse, the lock-in, etc., that we see day in, day out. What is happening on egress-free is a proof that the Data Act is also having an effect. One thing I wanted to say in terms of putting things in perspective, and I don't want to be, every initiative you mentioned, Simple, DOME, the IPCI, it's much welcome. But at the end of the day, if you put things into perspective, it's too little. The IPC is what, over 2 billion euros. That's the cost of 2 data center region for one hyperscaler. That's what it is. And normally they have in Europe about 30 or 40 data center like this. So just to put things in perspective, so it is very little. And the only way we can make this work and create a space for European companies, cloud providers to grow is by ensuring and enforcing competition rule. A fair market where everybody can compete is, in my view, the only way to make it work. And there are success stories in Europe. I don't want to paint just a black story. And there are, even disagreeing a little bit with Francesco, there are examples of companies in Europe who have been very, very successful in creating a significant cloud market as a secondary market. I mean, in Germany, you have something called Lidl and Schwarz IT. It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in Europe. In Italy, we have Deda, which is also a secondary market of another, large food distribution market. These companies are very, very successful. And yes, if they find ways to aggregate and, let's say, commoditize a little bit of their service, like Francesco is suggesting, that could be partly a solution. But none of this is going to work unless regulators set clear rules and enforce them. And I'll give you an example, very concrete, the VMware situation. Last week, Ms. Vestager sent a note to the CEO of VMware saying, what are you doing? What are you doing forcing customers who have bought perpetual license into buying a subscription license? That's not what we agreed. And the result was, a blog published by Mr. Tan, the CEO of Broadcom, saying, oops, sorry, we're going to change that. Actually, for those who have perpetual license, we're going to give security support. Don't worry, you can continue to use them. So again, this is proof that regulatory intervention works and brings results. It's not enough. It hasn't resolved the Broadcom issue, but it has shown concrete results. And that's why we expect, the Bundeskartellamt, we expect, a coordination between enforcement, regulator at international level, not just European, to tackle this abuse. Because if nothing happens, and that's what when I look at the customers in the room, if nothing happens, this is going to be open bar. Any big company who has created an economic dependence with their product or service is going to go and say, you know what? Give me 5 times what you're paying for the same product. I'm not going to invest any R&D or change. Give me 5 times, because you know what? I can do it. Microsoft does it. VMware does it. We saw Citrix multiplying the price of their software by 5 because of following the VMware. It's going to be open bar. Every big company who has economic power on their customer will impose this abusive license. So it's an inflection point. And that's why I think our paper is really spot on.
The Commission is obviously active. I mean, I couldn't read all the news the last 3 days, but they have opened the investigation. So the only question is, will the Commission be fast enough? And because we remember, on average, how long one abuse of dominance case took in the past. But I promise there will be opportunity for questions from the audience. Does somebody want to challenge our? Yeah, please, Ian.
I don't want to challenge. I just wanted to ask a question, I guess, to Laura. In the first round of designations of gatekeepers under the Digital Markets Act, we haven't seen any cloud computing services. Do you expect that will happen in the medium term, and what impact, if that did happen, what impact might that have?
Yeah. So. Accurate observation, to say one thing. Yeah. Well, so you know that there are 2 ways of designating a gatekeeper, right? A quantitative way, a qualitative way. Now, the quantitative way has certain limitations, but both options remain on the table, and that's all I can say.
And the both options are independent of each other, so that's the expectation probably to some of in the room. But do we have more questions maybe in the room? Yes, I see over there, Max.
Yeah, hi, Max Fontoon from Open Market. So something that you see in other industries where kind of companies play a systemic, almost utility-like role in the economy, I'm thinking of energy, I'm thinking of telecoms, for example, is that through regulation, we force a split between that kind of core infrastructure and then the services that are competing on top of that infrastructure. So in the UK, for example, we have Openreach, who provide all the broadband and kind of telecoms infrastructure, and then we have companies competing on top of that. And so my question is, given the cloud seems to have a lot of similar characteristics in terms of being this core infrastructure for the digital economy that everyone competes and builds services on top of, do we need to look at a similar kind of separation there to prevent, for example, the hyperscalers from using their access to computing power to get an unfair advantage in AI or other areas? So keen for your thoughts to everybody.
Well, I think we have people that are more entitled to respond to your question, but my short answer is yes, the unbundling should be one of the options. The difference is that when you unbundle, I don't know, a grid from the electricity, it's not easy, but it's doable. You can control the two elements. When you unbundle the infrastructures from the data that still run on those infrastructures, that's more difficult. But I totally agree with you. I see the infrastructures as a utility, exactly like a utility. It doesn't matter, we can build the best electric cars in Europe, but if our roads will be owned by China, the business will be dependent. So I totally agree with you. I want to make another example, which I saw in your presentation, Max, the other day, which I liked very much, which is, the title was The Illusion of Competition, if I remember well. So, and this goes back to the point I was making before. We need to focus on AI, we need to focus on the services, we need to focus on the upper layer where we can create value with data. Watch out, because some of the examples we have in Europe, which we are proud, for example, Mistral, which is this alternative to Open, was announced as the alternative to ChatGPT or OpenAI in Europe, we see that it's participated by Microsoft. Likewise, but Microsoft participates OpenAI. So in the end of the day, we have a handful of operators that already invest in the same assets that we are investing. So taking control of something that is fluid, if not fluffy, and still runs on piece of iron is going to be always very difficult to be under control. But the unbundling is definitely, from a regulatory perspective, is a very good suggestion, in my opinion.
Marco, please.
Okay, thank you for this. I would also directly reflect what Francesco's right. It's highly complex. Also, to give you some bare numbers, just to unbundling the data center from the provider, it's very difficult because today the cloud provider, the cloud stacks are proprietary. Basically, you have proprietary stacks in all the different stacks, and there are proprietary network components, proprietary storage components, proprietary chips, GPUs and CPUs running on that, and you cannot combine. You can just switch on the container level between data and also between the services. But to operate different infrastructures in this regard, it's basically so complex and nearly impossible. That's the point, if you really look down on the stack. You know? And obviously, the one issue is also the proprietary technologies from the providers. You cannot purchase it on the market. They're directly ordering their chips on with the vendor. You cannot purchase those kind of chips on the market, so therefore you cannot maintain. Yeah? That's an issue. And this is we also tried to tackle with the IPSA microelectronics, and it's also attached to the IPSA of cloud. This is our hardware part. And also what I would also to emphasize is, what are innovation cycles in cloud technologies? I think nobody here is aware about this, but an innovation cycle is 18 months. Basically, after 18 months, you need new bare metal. And this is what is on global scale. And this is we have to take under consideration. And we don't have to reshape the world how it is. We have to look forward. We have to shape and innovate our own industry on European scale, that we are able to leapfrog. And this is also my perspective here. We really need to start not only big, we need to start bigger. This is cloud business. This is not limited on European borders. In the end, this will be also affecting on global scale. Yeah, that's the point.
Reaction by Laura, and then we have one more question over there, Johannes. Or two more, and that will close the... Yeah, please.
Yeah, sorry, just to Max's question. Thanks for the question. It's like one of those questions where either way the commission replies, next day there's a panic on LinkedIn, so I'm going to try to be very careful. But I think one thing that you rightly bring up is the convergence with AI. So I've said before how the largest providers are at the forefront of capital expenditure into AI-optimized infrastructure, really. Yeah? And they're, of course, also integrating AI services into their service portfolio. And we need to take care that as we see this convergence, also the convergence on the network connectivity side, that we don't recreate closed ecosystems. And I think the Data Act makes an attempt of opening ecosystems, for example, like the removal of obstacle clause, removal of technical obstacle. An example is the use of proprietary standards at the service perimeter. And we need to take care that this doesn't translate now into the AI market as that AI market becomes bigger. But yeah, it certainly will continue to be a challenge, but we do think that with the Data Act, we're making an important step towards interoperability and towards opening up the space, at least in the cloud market, a little bit, yeah.
Johannes? Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, Thank you very much. Question also for the two regulators in the room.
Louder, please.
A question also for the two regulators in the room, so thank you very much. So in the Data Act, did you ever consider expanding the interoperability provisions beyond platform as a service, so beyond infrastructure as a service? So for example, the interoperability could have also applied to the platform as a service, so that the switching, basically, the switching would have been made easier from one ecosystem, let's say the ecosystem of Microsoft, to the ecosystem of Amazon, or any other ecosystem. Was that ever on the thought of the regulator? And if not, is it something that, considering the discussions we've just had, that could be done in the future to expand basically the chapter on clouds of the Data Act slightly more up into the platform as a service market? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Johannes. I think really important, switching is not limited to infrastructure as a service. What's limited in the Data Act to infrastructure as a service is the concept of functional equivalence. But if you look further into the chapter, for platform and software as a service providers, there is a clear obligation to make open interfaces available, for example, to export data in a commonly readable format. So, and the Article 23, the removal of obstacles, is not limited to infrastructure as a service. So in that way, it goes pretty far. I think the only problem that we have with the Data Act is that we don't use the terminology, right? We call it data processing services. And that is because there was an attempt to remain future-proof, to be open for, to at least make an attempt to leave room for the legislation to stay in lockstep with technological innovation. But I think very important to say that it's not limited to the infrastructure layer. And yeah, I hope that it becomes a bit clearer as we also move towards implementation and enforcement. But a really important point. So thanks for bringing that up.
Yes, sorry, I have also to ask for, interoperability has 1 million and 3 meanings: technical interoperability, organizational interoperability, service interoperability, data interoperability. You need to be more precise. But from my perspective, what has been written in the Data Act, because this goes beyond the infrastructure part, it's personally a little bit far, and is some issue for letting room for innovation. But we will see how the market will react on that. That's the point, that's the first point. So therefore we didn't receive that much negative feedback, but this will be very interesting here also to monitor how this will look like in the future. Yeah, thank you.
We have one more question over there, or the micro, please. Maybe I can give you mine.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Hufnagel from Cloudflare. We provide cloud-based security and performance and reliability services, networking services, and so we were very interested in the egress fees ban in the Data Act. And you mentioned, Laura, that you can already see an impact of that with the recent announcement of some of the hyperscalers. What we see when we read those announcements is that it doesn't really go far enough, as they limit themselves to situations where users leave a cloud service for another. While I think the spirit of the Data Act was to also cover multi-cloud use, so enable simultaneous use of cloud services and therefore ban egress fees when data is transferred between cloud services in those scenarios. And can you confirm that the Commission sees it the same way, and that you will apply a more a broader interpretation when enforcing these provisions? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm so happy there's so much interest in the Data Act. It's very nice. No, so indeed we see those announcements, and we very much welcome them. And one thing I want to say is that these announcements are ahead of the Data Act timeline. So the Data Act does two things in Article 29. On the one hand, it says that as of the entry into force, which was in January, providers are still permitted to pass on the costs incurred for switching to another provider or to own premises onto the customer. So there's no longer the possibility to artificially inflate switching and egress charges in a way that poses a barrier to switching, which is what we've seen in the past. Because providers don't really make revenue on switching charges. It was more a a vehicle to lock customers into their services. So that's the one thing that applies right now. And then as of 2027, there is the obligation to fully remove switching charges and egress charges from the market. So in that sense, the announcements of fully removing egress charges in a certain scenario are still ahead of the timeline. So we will see how that evolves. Also, in the Data Act, the enforcement is with the member states. So we trust that will also become an effective model for implementation and enforcement. So I think we need to see as the timelines really enter into effect how this evolves. But for now, we are glad to see those announcements as they are.
I had more questions in my notes, but we're running out of time. Therefore, I would kindly ask you for just short final remarks. One question that we have missed and I wanted to ask you was, we've heard about dropping the sovereignty criteria in some reports. I was wondering, what are the implications of it? I mean, sovereignty, I don't like the term very much because it's quite uncertain, tells a lot and nothing. But yeah, so please, let's start this time from the opposite direction. Francisco, Marco, and we're going to close the session with Laura. Many thanks.
Thank you, Pencho. So the paper, the Cadenevia Memorandum, has a section on sovereignty that we fully support, in the sense that when a customer requires a service to be immune, jurisdiction immune, so that no third-party government may access this data, and that is the requirement of the customer, it should be able to find an offering that fulfills this requirement. I think that's very clearly said in the paper, and we can stand to it, and we will continue to support the requirement in the Gaia-X trust framework and the labeling, irrespective of the EUCS, because these are requirements that are requested by the customer, and the customer needs to find offerings that meet this requirement, EUCS or not, or in another legislation. That remains. And obviously, one of the concerns, which has been also a source of division in Gaia-X, is that that customer would be deprived from certain services because they are not sovereign. And so this has never been the intention, and I suppose it's still not the intention, and so the choice remains a central aspect. Thank you.
To give you a short update, specifically within the UCS and the immunity criteria, this is still under discussions, to say it that way. There is no final result so far. It's a long time discussed. At least from my perspective, we should also bring, there is a possible solution to integrate this. It's really my personal perspective, but we also should discuss then about the extension protocols, what also are in the discussion so far. So therefore, maybe there will be a result nearby, maybe not. It really depends how now the discussions go on.
Yeah, I know it's a very hot topic. I think that Gaia-X addressed this pretty well, focusing on the trust as the main objective. So transparency and controllability of services regardless, let me say, of the applicable legislation, which is by definition applicable in different countries according to different jurisdictions. But I do believe that the regulation and the expectation that the UCS would have included this immunity requirement was a legitimate one for two reasons. One is that it states the right for European companies, citizens, to have data stored and managed within the European territory. Likewise, any other jurisdiction. So I don't understand why this should not apply to Europe, why it applies to the United States, of course. But the other, which is more important, is to set a kind of expectation in the market. And I think that this is the biggest problem. So without a regulation asking for this option, the market demand will be less relevant, and therefore the market offer. This is to say that I believe, and this is what I'm driving in Dynamo, we need to create, first of all, a market alternative that implements this type of feature or requirements for those users in Europe that do want it, regardless of the decisions of the UCS or of ENISA and the UCS, because I do believe there is a demand, but without an offer, it's useless.
Yeah, Pencho, what a way of leaving the bombshell issue for the very end. Very, very good. So first of all, as Marco said, text is not final, no white smoke from the ECCG yet. So the Commission is not, I think, in the habit of commenting on leaks. What I do want to say is sovereignty, quote unquote, I share your concerns about the term, is not only an issue of EUCS. So in the Data Act, we have a chapter 7, on unlawful governmental data access. And what is the intention behind these so-called sovereignty criteria? It is to make sure that via the extraterritorial reach of national security legislation in third countries where a cloud provider might be headquartered, to ensure that via this extraterritorial reach, access to data held in Europe by European users is not simply granted. And Chapter 7 of the Data Act obliges cloud providers to put certain measures in place to make sure that we do not see a circumvention, for example, of mutual legal assistance treaties, that we do not see scenarios where a customer doesn't even know about an access request. So I really encourage everyone to look at that chapter and to take a good note of that, and to complement the thing that Francesco said, and I very much agree with. I think there is a market for trust in Europe, and irrespective of regulation, we see that there is a demand for these types of services. And what we need to make sure is that this confidentiality can be, let's say, a factor to compete on, right? And we need to make sure that providers that that can tap into that potential, that can compete on confidentiality and sovereignty, quote unquote, that they can get access to the market. And we need to open the space. And that's, again, where Chapter 6 of the Data Act comes in.
The chapter on cloud could be a separate legislation, but many people were not aware of that part, unfortunately. I really enjoyed the discussion with you. It was my greatest pleasure. It was a positive discussion, optimistic discussion, and I would like to thank to all of you. Many thanks. We have one more presentation before our break. We're going to continue on the same frequency. And I hope that Chris Walcott is somewhere with us from Savanta. As we could heard, as we have already heard from Francesco and from Francisco as well, licensing practices are quite problematic when it comes to cloud competitiveness in Europe. And it did a great study, and I'm glad to show the results of your study for the European Data Summit. Please, the floor is yours. Thanks, please. Yeah.
There we go. Let's go back. Hello, thank you. Yeah, I've got the unenviable task of speaking just before lunch. I hope your eyes won't be all glazing over, but yeah, my name is Chris Walcott. I work for a market research agency called Savanta. My specialism is in B2B research, so anytime we're speaking to decision makers, influencers, stakeholders, those sorts of things, and doing research with those sorts of organizations, including all sorts of tech decision makers, and in this instance, speaking to cloud decision makers here. So I'm going to just speak to you very, very quickly, just for 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes, on a study we recently did in association with CCIA, looking into the cloud infrastructure market. There is a fuller report. You can find that out on the front desk where you came in, or you can find it from the QR code on the front here, which will also be on the next slide. But just to give a bit of context of what we did before I get into some of the headline results, we spoke to 1,200 IT decision makers across Europe, across 5 different European markets. We spoke to a mix of decision makers in small, medium and large businesses to make sure we got a good representative view across the different elements of the market. And we had a mostly private sector, but we also did speak to the public sector, decision makers in the public sector as well, to make sure we got their view represented in this. And the overall outcome, the kind of summary of what we came out to is that the research we did supports the basis of the various competition authorities, investigations that are going on. We know there are ones going across them. The CMA is quite well advanced in the UK, but there's others across Europe as well. And we came into this, we were an independent party, just doing this research, but the outcomes from the research did suggest supporting the basis of these investigations, particularly into licensing practices around potentially harming competition in the market. So that was kind of the top level takeaway. Just to set the scene though, I know obviously people in here will have an awful lot of experience in the cloud market, probably much more than I have, and maybe sometimes it can feel like, you know, this is a market that is incredibly mature and very well developed, and you know, most people have come a long way. I know we've been doing research into the cloud market for a very long time, but we know that there are still a lot of organizations who are still very early on in their journey. The first kind of contextual stat we found in our data was that only around a fifth said they were fully in the cloud at the moment. Now, what that suggests is obviously that there are still 8 in 10, about 80% of businesses who are on that journey making progress to the cloud. We know that while not every business is their end goal is to have every single element of all of their data and infrastructure in the cloud, but we know that that is the trending direction. And we also know that with AI becoming more prominent, AI solutions becoming more prominent, that is going to probably accelerate even further in terms of moving away from an on-premise solution. So that's where people are on their journey. And what that means from a vendor perspective, though, is that a lot of the success of these cloud vendors, the infrastructure vendors, isn't just going to be about taking market share off of each other from a cloud perspective. So someone who's already got their solutions in the cloud, moving it over to the other, a lot of the determinant of their success is still going to be that bringing across people from on-premise into cloud, whether that is their entire infrastructure or whether that is kind of specific applications or whatever that might look like. So we know that a big part of their success is going to be in that side of things, which obviously means those organizations that have strong relationships from the on-premise side of things are going to be well set up for that context, that situation. We know from external other research as well that people want flexibility in this decision, and we know that it's important for them to feel like they have a strong choice and they have ability to make a choice, whether that is just in terms of who they go with, or if they want to work with multiple providers, or have flexibility in moving between providers. So anything that does limit on that flexibility, we know is a potentially big issue. And what we focused on in this survey is obviously there's a lot of conversation around individual vendors and what's in their licensing terms and examples of things that have happened to individual customers, and that's obviously all very important. Our focus here was on what is the lived experience of these business decision makers. All of these issues, are they actually practically, when they're going to make those decisions of switching or moving, are they experiencing these? Are they seeing these firsthand from a quantitative point of view? So that was kind of what our focus was. And quite clearly, as we move on to the first finding, the answer to that was that they were seeing that. So I'll give a bit of context to this first, but a lot of the survey we were asking about here was asking about that decision-making process. So asking about where they were in the journey, whether they were considering switching, considering making changes, reasons for considering, if they've considered and decided not to change, reasons why they didn't end up changing, all of that, a lot of detail around their decision-making processes and reasons behind it. And what we found of those who were considering switching provider but then had decided not to go ahead with that, one of the key factors in that was them claiming that, yeah, existing licensing terms prohibited them from taking on-premise licenses to another vendor. So this sense of that this isn't just that 40% of people said that they might have experienced this, but 40% of people said that was a big factor in their decision in the end not to continue considering making that change. We obviously see, we did this across 5 different markets across the country. You can see here that was even stronger in Germany. It was even higher. So there's potentially even more of an issue here going on and more of a focus there. One slight point I will make now is I've realized as I've added the Germany data on a couple of other slides, I've not built them into the builds, so you might get a little spoiler of what the German data will be before you see the overall data. So you can play a game of guessing what the question is going to be when you see the German number, and then we'll come to it. Anyway. So it's impacting on reality, right? We said that people want flexibility. This is something that clearly is going to be impacting on their flexibility, and it's something that they are genuinely feeling on the business decision maker end when they're making their decisions. There you go, there's the first example of that. Discounting is another area. So obviously there's nothing wrong in itself with discounting, but this was another area that, again, when it comes to factoring in, if it starts to inhibit choice, I'll have issues around reducing that flexibility that people have, then it can become a problem. We know there are various different definitions that different competition authorities use around, when discounting can therefore become an anti-competitive practice. But what we saw here is that 40%, again, in that same context of people considering moving and then deciding not to, 40% of those considering that were worried about the fact of losing discounts that they already had, putting them off. But it wasn't just at the point of switching that there was an issue. It was also a similar sort of number saying one of the biggest reasons they originally chose their technology providers was because of discounts due to existing software license. So it's hitting at both ends. So people are feeling it at the point at which they're deciding to take on a particular provider, but also at the point where they're considering to switch a provider. And again, as you can see in this data, it's something that we saw slightly higher in Germany as well than across the European average. One factor we also wanted to cover off, even though it's not directly, so these two factors, the discounting and the licensing restrictions, were the two kind of key areas that we saw come up that people are, in their lived experience, are experiencing when they are trying to make a switch, and it is impacting on their ability to switch. One slightly kind of related factor is that inertia can exacerbate these issues as well. So we talked earlier about how the fact that there's still, most people are still moving towards the cloud and still on that journey can put those people with strong relationships, existing relationships, in a strong position. That is also the case if we look at a market that can be relatively inert. And what we saw here is that when we were asking about, what had the most influence in the decision to choose a provider, yes, things like quality and reliability, etc., did come up. Of course, you'd hope they would. But a significant driver here was familiarity. So a lot of people just saying it's what we're familiar with, it's what people in our organization are used to using, and that makes it easier for us. But even more starkly, around a quarter saying it's just literally saying it's what we've always used. And therefore, this idea of inertia in itself not being a problem, but what it does mean is in a market where we have inertia, those first 2 points that we saw become even more important, because they're anywhere that there is an initial an initial bit of friction, anything that further restricts that ability to move is just going to make it even more difficult for businesses. Again, we see here, particularly on the familiarity point, a slightly higher score in the German market as well. We've primarily talked about infrastructure itself, but we also did quickly look at the kind of relationship between infrastructure and productivity software itself. And when we were looking at that relationship, that's where the issue of discounting comes up again. So discounting between product areas is another area that can have a significant impact. So we saw, again, around 4 in 10, just under, saying discounts being offered on other services with the same provider as a reason that they selected their productivity software of choice. So that, again, that decision around productivity software being impacted by discounts in other areas of the application or infrastructure suite. And potentially even more starkly than that, around a quarter saying that when buying productivity software, they're offered infrastructure for free, and that being similar in German market to the rest of the organization. So again, it's not just kind of looking at infrastructure on its own that we saw some of these issues. It was when we looked at the relationship between infrastructure and productivity software itself that we saw the issue of discounting and the worries around losing discounts and what they can and can't do, and the potential that they're going to be paying a lot more, having a restrictive impact on their ability to choose decisions either way. That takes me to the end of the top headline findings, really, of at an overall level. One thing we did quickly look at was we talked at the start about the public sector, that being one area we looked at in particular. The 2 points I wanted to make on public sector in particular were that, firstly, it's even more the case that that initial point we made around there still being on the journey and it being a lot of still transitioning from on-premise to cloud still being a big factor here. So we saw 22% overall, around 15% of those in the public sector said they are fully in the cloud currently. But also that licensing issue that we saw, saying a key reason why they didn't change was due to existing licensing terms. Again, that was around 40% overall, but it was a fair significantly higher for those in the public sector as well. So we looked at that as one particular area where some of these issues were potentially even more exacerbated as well. So like I said, it's a very quick top-line view. We have the report outside, and hopefully some of you have managed to get it on the QR. But just in summation, yeah, we did this research to understand, are these impact issues that are being talked a lot about, to what extent are they impacting on the individuals who are making decisions on their cloud products and their cloud suite? We found there clearly were issues there. It supported the basis of these investigations. Obviously, if we saw these things coming out as very low percentages, very people seeing it, it's a very different conversation, because we may be saying, oh, these things exist, but people aren't experiencing them, or they don't know that they're experiencing them. But clearly they are there. They're in people's minds when they're making those decisions. So it definitely supports those bases. The continued opportunity for growth makes this even more important. The fact that this is a market that is growing, and also there is still a lot of movement from on-premise to cloud, means it's a particularly important situation. And those two areas around restrictive licensing and discounting practice are the particularly key areas for focus here as well. So I've tried to be quick there. I don't actually know if I'm doing questions or not, but yeah, hopefully that's a useful little taster of the report, and do feel free to go away and have a read of that in more detail. Thank you.
Many thanks. Many thanks. So your findings correlate quite well with our previous discussions. Discounts and rebates are obviously a huge issue in this area. Do we have some questions from the audience? We have Simonetta over there and Maxens. Please be short, because we're quite late. Thanks. First, Simonetta, I'm going to run to you.
Thank you, Simonetta, Trento University. I think that the French legislator has just passed a ban on cloud credits for more than 1 year. Would you support anything like that based on the results of your study?
I'm not sure it's quite my place to say whether I support it or not. So yeah, just to reiterate, I'm a market researcher. Our role is going, what are people feeling? I would say at the very least, I think as far as we go is to say it definitely supports the basis of those conversations, because I think, like we said, we weren't sure at the start of this whether it was going to be one of those things that if you read through the contracts and you speak to individual organizations who have had a detailed experience, whether they know there's an issue but very few people do, or whether it was something that a lot of people were going to be facing, and it turned out it was the latter. But it's probably for a lot of the people who are on the panel to say more so whether it's a kind of a support or not. Apologies for dodging the question slightly there.
Thank you, very interesting. Just to know, do you have figures about the fact that this result would be mitigated for companies who are having multi-cloud strategy?
No, that is interesting. Yeah, that was one area we talked about at the very start of this, whether we split out between the different kinds of situations where people were. So no. However, we know that from external research, when I was talking about that kind of flexibility point, one of the points there was the requirement to have flexibility, not just in terms of choosing the one provider they use, but they wanting to have flexibility so that they can have that multi-cloud offer. So within this survey, it wasn't something we looked at in particular, but we know it is a keen issue that leads to some of these issues that we face, even if we didn't focus on it particularly here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. We really appreciate it, especially the efficiency. Now we have the small break, half an hour. We prolong the whole program 15 minutes more.
Me, I don't. Okay. So hello everyone, back on stage for this afternoon. Very pleased to be with you. My name is Maxence de Merlet. I'm the Digital Affairs Director for the MEDEF. So the MEDEF is the equivalent to the BDI in Germany. We are the French Business Federation. We gather 190,000 companies through 99 federations. We have also territories MEDEF all over the French territories. So we have a large various of company size and type of business, and we are very concerned about data economy. And so I'm super pleased to welcome in that roundtable several very knowledgeable persons about Gaia-X, because Gaia-X is still, for some of my members, for example, a mystery. So we're going to perhaps open a little bit the door about that mystery. So I'm very pleased to welcome Ulrich Alle. Please forgive me if I don't pronounce it the well. CEO of Gaia-X. Pleased to have you with us. Jean-Pascal Ruiz, you are Schneider Electric Director for Business Strategy. Nice to have you too. Ernst you're from the German Federal Ministry of Economic and Affairs and Climate, so thank you to be with us. And Mark Kuhner, you Solution Innovation Experience ASAP, but also Gaia-X board member, and several other things that you're going to explain. So thank you to be with us this afternoon. We have 45 minutes to discuss about Gaia-X, which is really, really short. And the subject of the roundtable, as you can all see, the question is, Gaia-X, is it an enabler for data sovereignty, which is a very important and interesting subject. So first, I'd like you, Ulrich, to tell us a little bit about why Gaia-X was created and where we stand now, what are the objectives of the association, and I would like you perhaps to let us know a little bit about, finally, is it Gaia-X the best initiative the industry took much before having a legislation on data, and perhaps you were right before everyone is right. Perhaps it is you as a Gaia-X CEO or the organization who has seen the real subject, and do you think that all the discussions that we have about legislation are still interesting to have because Gaia-X is there and Gaia-X is solving all the problems?
Yeah, thank you for having me.
First of all the discussions we are having are relevant, and Gaia X is not able and will not be able to solve everything. But let me start, why has it been created some 4 years ago, 5 years ago, starting with the first ideas. And in general, and that's what I'm missing here a bit, we need to talk more about the end user requirements. We are talking a lot about technology, about legislation, but let's talk more about end user requirements. And we are in a situation that data are more and more becoming relevant for the business processes of the end users, be it manufacturing companies, be it public administrations, be it organizations in the health sector. And we started some, let's say, 40 years ago with one-to-one connectivities between organizations. Some of you still know EDI or EDIFACT. And then for 2 decades, we've been working on digital platforms. I myself very much, I'm originally coming from a world where we created product lifecycle management systems. And it takes a lot of effort to create a few sources of data to a few users of data using these digital platforms. And now we are in a world where, as I said, data are becoming more important, and we are on the way to create what we are calling data spaces. Based on, here in Europe, on a legislation provided by the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, the AI Act, and our aim is to make it much easier to connect organizations to such a data space, to allow them to share data with their partners in a sovereign way, really in a trustful way. And talking about trust, this is the first deliverable of Gaia X. We've provided together, and based on the user requirements, a trust framework, different criteria to enable a trustful change of data, and implemented this in what we call the Gaia X Digital Clearinghouse. So this clearinghouse is implementing, is executing these different criteria, these different policies and rules which are implemented there, and this is very much end-user driven. But it is not sufficient to create data spaces based on a federated cloud infrastructure. Yeah, we always need to remember that data doesn't flow on rainbow. So we need an underlying IT infrastructure, and this is more and more, and we saw it this morning, more and more moving into the cloud. And the cloud is an enabler of this technology. On the other hand, the data spaces are an enabler for AI. Yeah? AI needs data. Without data, no AI. And the data spaces we are creating together with a lot of partners are the basis, the underlying infrastructure for the benefits which are generated with AI.
Well, let's stick to the need of the customer, so the industry services company. So are you telling me that, in fact, Gaia X is like a secret recipe with different ingredients? And the customer perhaps doesn't know that these ingredients are needed. But what the customer know, the industry and services, and I'm turning to you, Ernst, is that they have to handle all this amount of data. So perhaps you in Germany, you experiment the need of such data space, because Industry 4.0 tend to increase a lot of all this data. So is it because of this politics that you develop in Germany that the idea pop up and the need of industry were more shaped than the other geography? Or how do you see Gaia X went at the right moment, at the right place to answer the question?
Thank you, Maxime. How should I start? What is the vision? The vision is that data would be really used in a complex way, easily in the future, and nobody talks, sorry to say, about Gaia X, nobody talks about trust framework. It's simply there. The companies, other small startups know how to use it for their business. They can scale, so you even don't think about it. We are very often concentrated on a technology discussion, and this is a small issue, yeah, because if we only put it on a technological level, we won't have any business in the end, yeah. And I think you know it maybe, and Mark, you two know it best. And what triggered Gaia-X off? They said we have to find a way where you can trust that your data is not misused, that you can control it. We use this word sovereignty, which is a critical word. It's not supposed to mean that there are borders in Europe, just the opposite. You want to know what you are doing, how you can control data. But the idea was from Gaia-X and the very beginning to have distributed systems which are guaranteeing or giving the trust that this will be available. Yeah? And when we started it, and I think it was exactly a certain decision on 13th February 2019, that was the starting point, by the way, when our minister said, yes, okay, we should try something, and then everything fall into place. This was the idea, we have to find something, and not to do the same what other hyperscalers do, yeah? To find a system, maybe it's very often said a European system, but more I would say a system which with universal values to safeguard that. And this really triggered a lot. Without Gaia-X, without having the starting point, without having Francesco is here, many thanks to you because you made it very popular in your role at that time as well, yeah? And I think we shed a light on this distributed data ecosystem. So now we have started this process. There are many projects on the road, and now we have really to push it forward as a, how should I say, and that's the next thing, as a community process. It's not a process of a single company just doing something. It's community driven, and communities mean a lot of discussions, yeah, sometimes. So how we can push this process much faster would be the key, how should I say, challenge we are facing with what's said in the panel before this morning on IPCI, on cloud topics. So everything comes together. You mentioned AI. So how can we push it? Because we have to create business on it, and not only business for the big companies, but also for small startups and.
But we have two big companies, anyway, but they can perhaps help the other one do the evangelist job to talk to the other company, why do you engage in Gaia-X and what is worth for you. So please, Jean-Pascal, can you tell us a little bit, because your company is at the heart of the data.
Absolutely. So Schneider Electric, our mission is to bring progress and sustainability for all by optimizing resources and energy. We operate across the world over 200 industrial sites, over 60 in Europe. We are doing about 35 billion euro business worldwide, 150,000 employees, and we are driving digital transformation in infrastructure, in industry, in data centers, and in buildings. Definitely, as we are both, let's say, a user of technology within our own supply chain, and we contribute as well to digitize the supply chain. And clearly, what do we see on the industrial market is that the mindset is shifting. We are clearly coming from more an ecosystem and going toward really ecosystem. And when you talk about ecosystem, data will be the foundation of it. And if you have data as a foundation, the data need to be trusted. You need to have a framework in order to exchange it, and you need to create a data space to enable, let's say, the collaboration. And that's why Gaia-X is so important to this foundation to evolving. Maybe if I can say a little bit of a word about the industry in Europe, I think we have been a lot discussing the past 2 years about the crisis. We talk about energy crisis, about the supply chain crisis, about many crises that in the industrial sector in Europe we're facing. But really, I think what I want to highlight is besides those two major crises, there was a silent and even more deadful crisis lingering for many years, which is the fact that in Europe, the productivity was the lowest in the world for the past 10 years, the lowest, and even going down in the past 5 years versus the rest of the world. So why productivity is going down? This is really a fundamental. This is a fundamental question. One of the answers, at least to solve that, is innovation. is innovation, because it's innovation that will bring the growth. And so innovation is not about, it's not always, it is super important about startup, but it's about innovating, how to leverage technology within an ecosystem. So, and to have more discussion about use case. So I think yesterday panel, when we talk about automotive, this was exactly the case, is how can we use existing technology to bring innovation in business case, not necessarily technical innovation, but just innovation in use case, innovation in developing business together, and have a mindset where we think about ecosystem. And this is what really Gaia X and many other initiatives are building. Yes?
But do you partner, just to explore a little bit what you say, do you partner clients, etc., they asking you how to handle this data, and do you use the Gaia X clearinghouse to do that?
I think we need to be clear. In the industry where we are working, we are developing a program where we want to reduce minus 50% the impact of carbon footprint of our supplier. So we are engaging 1,000 suppliers, most of them, 90% of them, we are a big company, but we are engaging with small and medium enterprise as a supplier. And when we see them, say, okay, how do we do that? The first thing is they don't have the data. So there is a big question in the industry. First, connect the shop floor, connect the data, get the data, even before I would say start to share it. But the incentive and the vision of what an ecosystem can bring for them, it brings the motivation for them even to accelerate their own digitization. So we help them. We are really happy today that we achieved in the past 2 years to reduce minus 23% CO2 footprint among our top supplier, and those are SMEs actually. And our goal is really, again, to reach minus 50% by 2025. And we are working on this very strongly. Yes.
And so now, Mark, from the SAP point of view, is it something that your clients want you to help them to improve the knowledge of their data, the fact that they can create value out of the data? And is this why you engage within Gaia X, or is it just because you thought it was a very nice idea and have a nice vision, but not really connected with the business needs? Or just to know, because at the beginning of Gaia X, I suffer from the fact that it was very difficult to explain to my members. So I would like to know if your client think it's much more easy to understand that my members thought it was.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me. So. SAP is a global company, and mainly in the enterprise resource business and also in the industry business. I think we partner with a lot of companies. And you asked about why we joined, or what we see in Gaia X. Actually, SAP was one of the founders, not only the founder before. We thought about, okay, what can we do? We had our IoT initiative many years ago, but we realized, like Jean-Pascal said, yeah, it needs data. And at this time, I think it failed because there was no data available, or data was available, but the data got stuck in machines. And in the end, we have products which, let's say, connect the data, and we have network. We call it business network. You can call it data spaces. So that means that's our customers are interested. And of course, our customers are interested in big ecosystems. For example, out of Gaia X, we had an initiative initially called Catena X, and now it was an official project. So in the meanwhile, we have 1,000 participants in the automotive network. So imagine this, to do this without any kind of community, what more or less Gaia did initially. Yeah? So we see Gaia as a kind of a root of several initiatives, which basic rules, basic values, but the actual implementation needs to come from the business, from the companies. And we saw a lot of success here. So it's simple in the end. I think Ulrich said this, without data, there's no AI. We all talk about AI. Yeah, but also without data, there's no IoT. Yeah, of course, it's called Internet of Things, but unfortunately, most of the things are based on data. Yeah, and that's the reason why we are engaging in this project. We are working mainly in Catena X, which is the Lighthouse project, also in Factory X, which just recently started, and also aerospace acts. So not always as a leader, but in the end, our customers are relying on good supply chain software. I think also, I'm not sure who said this, but the world changed a couple of years ago, and we realized we do not have our supply chain under control, and it's an issue. So, and it needs the data for the supply chain. So that means without the data, without the openness, and we always believe that open interfaces are the key. Because you can talk about open source software, proprietary software, but if this is not compatible, you can have free open source softwares which cannot exchange data, and free or the more proprietary software. So we need to focus on the open interface, and this is what we drive also in the initiatives, initially in Catena and now in the other. And we believe also we need one, even if it's different in the different industries, but we need a kind of a common architecture, because in the end, supply chain does not end in an industry. Typically, it's a kind of a, like Uri said, it's a cross-network, more or less, between every big company wants to deliver to the other companies. And as SAP, we hold a lot of data, but we host the data. We are not own the data, that's our customer data. And we want to enable our customer that they can make value out of their data. But it needs to be trustworthy, because in the end, we cannot provide solutions which brings our customer in risk, so that we are very sensitive about this. And also the ecosystem. In the end, data spaces are ecosystems, and it's a simple thing. If it's bigger, then the ecosystem is bigger, and the opportunities are much bigger for our customer.
Yesterday was hardly discussed to know if the Digital Governance Act was finding the right way of making a business about data, because the way it was written at the end was a little bit, well, it was a discussion about this act. Today, can you tell us, Ulrich, are you like your mother, having a lot of kids, you know, all this clearing house, developing the Catena X, etc. But do you see that there is a business model appearing? Do the members can find value out of this initiative? Because it's taking a lot of time. It's taking, I would say, indirectly money from the members, not only to be part of GAIX, but because they dedicate time and people and skills. Do you see that there is now an architecture of value that creates really something positive? And how do you, I would say, market the idea to have more members and more people to adopt GAIX?
Yeah, so first of all, you are right, it is an investment. Not only to be a member, and we were created by, as Ernst said, by 22 members, 11 French, 11 Germans. We grew to 320. They are paying membership fee, but that is only a small part. The main part is really the investment they are taking in personal efforts to create these solutions which are for their benefit. And again, it starts with the benefits, with the requirements of the end users. And looking at end users like, let me take Airbus, which is quite a prominent member. They worked over the last 8 years to create a digital platform, and I mentioned digital platforms before. They call it Skywise. In the meantime, more than 10,000 aircrafts are connected to this digital platform, gathering all the data from the machines, being used for predictive maintenance, for increasing the reliability of the fleet. And they know how much effort it took to connect all these machines and to create it. And we definitely need to reduce the effort of connecting sources of data and allowing organizations, people to use this data. And this is one of our core missions, to reduce this effort of connecting and sharing data on the one side, and we need to become much more flexible. Talking about supply chains. Yeah, supply chains are changing, and it doesn't make sense to create with every partner a one-to-one interface, which you need to replace when you change the partner. Again, you have to do this work. The approach of the data spaces is that each partner only connects once to the data space and is then able to share the data in a trustful way, in a trustful manner, to be able that someone who provides data is able to determine
what someone who gets access to the data is allowed and also technically able to do with the data, and to be able to really enforce this. Not only that I trust in someone with whom I signed a contract, but that I'm able to technically enforce what someone who gets access to my data is able to do with my data. And this is the basis for a trustful data management. And without this trust, we will not have really a sharing economy in data, because it is important for us that the creators of data are also able to benefit from the value of their data, that they are able to monetize their data. And this is all about what we are doing.
So one can say that code is law. It's a famous sentence to say that when you are able to understand how it is done, you are the master. So can we say that GAIX is the new data sharing law, and it is shaping the market not only in Europe but elsewhere? Do we have a kind of a Gaia X effect as we speak about Brussels effect? And does it have something to do with sovereignty? Because it's in the title of the roundtable. I want to stick to the title a bit. Or in fact, at the end of it, it doesn't count really. What it counts is that industry is talking the same language. Can you perhaps say some words about that?
As said before, Gaia X triggered everything because there was this idea of something bigger, of how we could share in a trustful manner, and this trust framework to make it somehow on a global scale accepted, and to know how it works, how it can be combined later on with Japan, for example, or US. Yeah, they all have their own ideas. We have to bring it together. So I think it's an essential part to have this trust part, maybe the most essential part. But I would like to put the focus on something else, to use really data and not only sharing data and do something what you want. It's much more complex applications and system solutions possible. And I think in 5 years we will see much more complex use cases. Yeah, we are starting with, let's say, product carbon footprint is complex, but it's comparatively simple to do. Yeah, we have examples with Catena X how it works, but just think some use cases where you need real time if you coordinate production, monitoring, blah blah blah. There are many ideas. We don't have to have them right now, but that's a vision that we can do something, and that's why we have to establish a system. We have to trust in the whole system, and that's not only about the trust framework, that's more, yeah. First, and I think you said it as well, you need a group of people at least to say, we have a clear idea where we want to go to. We influence the whole process. We don't control it, but we are somehow the one who try to have the last point of, or the single point of truth is the name. Yeah, you need somebody or an organization, not a company, an organization which is a community by itself. And there will be more and more communities like this. We have one which is Catena X by now, and they don't take only care about the trust framework, but there are some others. How do you develop a use case kit? Also keep it together. Is it in the Eclipse Foundation? There are a lot of working groups. Yeah. How do you design a use case so that many developers can use it and make an application out of it? Yeah. But when they do this application, those applications are interoperable later on. You need to develop a semantics, the same. How should I say, the digital twin has to be the same somehow, yeah? There's a lot of work behind. The single user does not necessarily know how it was done, but you need to make sure, as such a Catena X or these organizations we need, sure that this work is done, how it works together. So use case kits, the trust framework, some libraries, and. You need so many parts that everything comes together. How do you transfer data? Yeah, it's an Eclipse data space connector, but definitely not the only one. Yeah, how does it come together? You have to understand it, and then you have to put it in an operating environment. Yeah, there must be somebody who makes it available for the outside. Yeah, you cannot put it everywhere. Then you can do certain kind of use cases, but really to scale in a high dimension. Yeah, to make so that everybody trusts using the system. That's a hard work, yeah? And then you need, what you said before, you need to scale it. you need to bring an ecosystem with 20 companies is not a real ecosystem. You have really not only to invite or force, you have to convince that it's worth to participate. And this is a challenge Catena-X is facing all the time, yeah? And they're doing really substantial progress. Now we have to do it on a bigger scale, that we have Aerospace X. There was, last week, there was a kick-off of this project, you mentioned it, yeah? And Catherine Chestin, who is head of the board of Gaia X, she said very clearly, we have to invest in the data-based economy in how to really at large. Okay. Without it, we will be lost. Yeah. So and this commitment we need. We invest in it, but we are not ready today. I would say it's a continuous process where the system becomes more and more clear and visible, and more trust will come, and more complex innovation will arise. So I think it's a process, and we are well on our way. And by the way, if somebody of you would is going to visit Hannover Fair next week, we all show together how it works together. And I think it might simplify how the whole system works, and then go back, what is your specific role in a system? Because we are oft telling that you have to do everything later on. No, you have to make it simple, 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 and you don't have to understand everything in the end, but you need to trust it.
Yeah, yes, maybe. But we are doing in Europe, I mean, a lot of work. We innovate, we dedicate a lot of time. So the question remains, perhaps for the industry or for Ethernet or SAP, who is making a business out of it? Because I see that many efforts was done, and it's fruitful. I mean, of course, all these lighthouse, all this initiative, and when you spoke about Catena-X or the initiative in aerospace, we see that it will benefit for this company, but does it make important to make business at the end, or are we innovating for the other one? I just like to be a little bit provocative. What do you think, SAP? Are we in fact doing the job for the other one who are going to make the value?
We are definitely doing the things for the other one. These are our customer. So in the end, it's always what sometimes is missing. I think Ulrich said this also in the beginning. We may focus a little bit too hard or too strong on technology with GaiaX in the beginning, but the actual business case, and not means whatever to build monopolies or whatever, but in the end, everything what needs to be or what wants to be sustainable needs a kind of business and income and companies who participate. That's all why typically companies are coming together.
Does it participate to the idea of sovereignty, meaning that at the end, if the value goes to the client, and this client are European company, we in fact won the race?
Exactly. And what I always say is, we can act local, but we need to think global. Yeah? Sovereignty, sometimes it's, hey, we need to, whatever, build a fence around this. But in the end, the reality is we are in a global economy, and supply chain is a very good example, or sustainability. It makes no sense to build border around. So that means minimum, we need connection to the outside. And of course, if we have European providers or European companies, they need to sell outside, and they don't want to maintain whatever X number of multiple schemas. So that means if we can transfer our basic values, and I think Ernst said this, it needs to be the basic, the simple things. Yeah, to export complex thing never work. So that means let's focus on the simple things, the trust which we had in the beginning. Trust firm is a very good example, and also the values. And to be honest, the most of the companies or also states, they agree with this. They may not agree when there's, it called EU something, yeah. Maybe we need to more generalize this a little bit. Yeah, but the basics behind, I think we can export, you mentioned this, and it's also valuable for the customer, because trust, identity, reliability, these are the things which are also part of the European values, but in the end, they are global. So is it US or is it Asia? We all need to do the same business and need the same trust level, let me say.
And yes,
just to rebound on that, I think if you participate in some of the discussion you can have in the various sector, people will be surprised about the quality of the discussion when people, even competition from supplier, from the various environment, people really discuss. When you are in industry, there is a common understanding that everybody is part of, is a brick within the supply chain. So there is a really good understanding, and there is a really good discussion about, first of all, what are the problems we are trying to solve, and then, yes, let's try to find a way to solve it. So I think to put, let's say, the value on who is going at the end of the day benefit from all that, actually, I barely see that, actually, when within the discussion. Is really, okay, here's a problem we are all facing. Can we be smarter about it? We are industrial. At the end, yes, some people will make some money. The value will be shared necessarily in a fair way or not, because the ecosystem is discussing. And so this is not a limiting point. The limiting point, I think, is really to bring the right people inside within each company to think about the issue in really an open and in an ecosystem way. This is really the key trigger. And when the magic happens and you have this, you really have, there is no limit to the use case. And if you add artificial intelligence on the top of it, I mean, there is even more no limits. So there is a great promise about it. There is a great opportunity for major innovation. And I really deeply think that thanks even to the regulation framework that we have, I think Europe, we can really lead the way. And first, go back to standard when it comes to productivity level in the industry. And some recent study I've been reading, we could even surpass, let's say, major geographic competitors when it comes to productivity increase thanks to digitization of ecosystems. Yes.
Okay, perhaps to finish before taking some question, several of you quote the AI next step, in fact, and how Gaia-X is preparing the whole field. Could you explain a little bit more why and how what you are doing in Gaia-X will help companies to grab the data for making a better AI project or better whatever? I think that the question we have on AI is the quality of data. That perhaps there is a point about Gaia-X, because all of you, each of you said trust, trust, trust. So is the trust the mere ingredient of that recipe for doing business on data, and how it will help to have a better AI in industries? But I don't know, Mark or whoever wants.
You just said it in the end, trust, and trust, quality is a part of the trust in our eyes. Yeah? So that means, of course, we are talking about data, but in the end, it needs to be useful data and quality data. Because especially when it comes to AI, we all know if you put something in which is not super, then you get something out which is even more worse. So that means even with AI, this kind of trust or quality data paradigm gets more and more important. Yeah? So this is also why SAP is investing a lot. So we have the first thing, and some people which know SAP, we are not kind of like always kind of a big governance about things. But the first thing what we did for AI was to build a good governance framework so that we protect our customer data. Because this is the value for our customer, and we are the provider. We process the data. And if we are doing wrong here, our customer is doing wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, and here, trust and sovereignty for me are not European things. These are global requirements. And we have a lot of verticals where there are really global processes, where there, look at, you mentioned Catena X, the automotive industry, there are global supply chains, and the underlying IT solutions, the underlying database solutions need to be accepted and adopted on a global scale. Now we have the situation, we are creating solutions here based on the European legislation. We heard about Data Governance Act, Data Act, AI Act. But there are partners in other regions of the world which have different legislations. Take the example of Japan. Yeah, Japan has created an initiative, is Uranus X. Yeah, we have Gaia X, they have Uranus X. Uranus has been the husband of Gaia, in the Greek mythology. And we are working very close together with Japan to create an interoperability of these approaches and a seamless support of global business processes based on data. And this is important, and therefore for me, trust and sovereignty is, as I said, a global requirement and nothing which stops at the European borders.
this is exactly the point. Yeah, I think we should try to have a system which is completely the same all over the world. We have to find the interfaces, whatever we need, that it becomes interoperable, whatever that means. That's a little bit more complicated, and it has to be global. And when we come to Manufacturing X, Catena X is part of Manufacturing X, and we have now more sectors joining. It's Aerospace X, there will be Semiconductor X, there will be Robotic X, and I forgot a few of them. Process X is about to come. In France, there are some projects coming. You show it on the Hannover Fair. It's a Platform Industry 4.0 booth as well. And we have bring it together so that we understand what do we have to somehow develop together and what not. Yeah, where is there a difference? Where can we where can be really competitive, yeah? But that's why we implemented an international Manufacturing X Council from the very beginning. It's in a ramp-up phase right now, because the idea is you cannot just develop something in Europe or in Germany or in France and then present it to the world. It won't be accepted, yeah? This, I think, would be the biggest mistake. And Catena X, it's the very first day. They started global, but it was a German project. That's still a small disadvantage, maybe, but the spirit was from the very first day global. And I think the board of directors of Catena X is becoming more and more global. And this is exactly what we now have to do as a next step, think global. And this is a challenge for you, definitely, and for all of us. But coming together, not to control, but saying how we can do it, just to get the spirit of we try to do it together on a global scale, but we try to accept as much as possible what is regionally developed. We cannot just put everything just away, okay, mine is better. That's a new spirit, I think. Yeah? And this is exactly what big companies, and I think even small companies, they are all globally. Yeah? So there's no other solution for that.
Perhaps open the floor for questions.
Unfortunately, we don't.
Okay.
But just one question because of Professor Lieber, nothing else. Yeah.
I've just one small question about property rights. How do you deal in Gaia X with the issue of property rights? Do you define property rights to the data in a certain way, or is it just a question of graduated technical access on the platform?
No, there's clearly also an approach of property rights. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to support also business critical processes, to support, for example, the usage of data spaces in the product development, where really intellectual property rights are need to be managed and to be secured. So there's clearly an approach for that.
Yeah, I mean, specifically on the data as such.
Yeah, it is more on the content which are described by the data.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's another issue, of course, copyright and content and so on, but the data as such. Because there was a discussion in the beginning about installing new rights on data, and my interest would be how Gaia X is dealing with this. It's just a question of access, or do you also allocate some kind of rights on the platform?
No, that's not the case yet.
Okay.
At least yet, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Das machen nicht wir. Kommst du zur Not mit 4 klar?
Ja, ja, 4 kriegen wir auch. So, welcome. Last but not least, the panel 4, Protecting the Data in a Nation, the NIS2 Directive and the Resilience of Our Economy. The Federal Office, the Federal German Office for Information Security, said recently in the latest situation report that the threat situation in the cyberspace is tense to critical. The threat in cyberspace is therefore higher than ever before. Small, medium-sized enterprises, local authorities, municipal companies were attacked disproportionately often. Some other sectors are also particularly affected. The European Union, I mean, I know you're not the European Union, Lena, but you're sitting with us as a part of the European Parliament here. The European Union reacts and issues the NIS2 directive. And now it is up to the member states to implement the requirements from Brussels. So what is the current threat situation in cyberspace? Is the cyber regulation surrounding NIS2 sufficient to adequately protect the data in a nation from attacks? The state has been given homework with NIS2. What do other stakeholders need to do to protect the data in our nations? These are some of the questions we will discuss now in the next 40 to 45 minutes together with you and together with our experts. And I'm very happy to welcome you, all of you, Lena Dupont, member of the European Parliament, Stefan Henkel, he is the Chief of Information Security Officer Henkel, Barbara Kluge, she is the permanent representative of the head of Department for Cyber and Information Security at the Federal Ministry of the Interior, Building and Community, BMI, and Professor Dennis-Kenji Kipker, Professor for IT Security Law, the University of Applied Science in Bremen. Welcome to all of you to the European Data Summit 2024 and to our panel, Protecting the Data in a Nation. Maybe Stefan, you are working in a global company, you're a chemical company. How do you perceive the current cyber threat landscape? When you listen to, or you maybe saw also the report by the BSI, what is your perception? How do you see the maybe a change in the landscape in the cyber threat? Maybe you can kick us off.
Yeah, no problem.
By using the microphone, I would say, yeah.
Does it work? Can you hear me? It feels. So in very short, my job has not gotten boring yet. But let's say on a more serious note, of course, there's a tremendous amount of increasing adoption of digital technologies. There's many new digital technologies coming up, so the exposure is ever increasing, and I think rapidly increasing even faster, which of course, amplifies the threat landscape. Add to that cybercrime, where some say next year we'll have a global damage of $10 trillion, which is an enormous amount of figure. Combine that with the fact that we are in a defender's dilemma where significantly more funds are available to the threat actors than those that defend. In a situation where geopolitics is also not making things much easier. So I think that sums it up. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I think it's a topic that should be at the top of the agenda.
Maybe Barbara is more pessimistic, I don't know, or more optimistic. You're working for the German government, you have to implement the new regulations, but first of all, maybe you can describe also your view on the threats we are facing, especially in Germany.
Well, I can just emphasize what Stefan said. We have an increasing, permanently increasing number of cyber attacks, not only towards the public service systems, but also towards the economic sector. And there's a big challenge. I know that The threat, especially with respect to ransomware attacks, is the second highest risk for German companies overall. So I cannot say we can relax and lean back. We have to do something, and we have to take major efforts to stay ahead of this threat situation. So not only the German economy stays safe and healthy, but also the public administration.
Okay. Lena, in the late 2022, the European Parliament, the European Commission, and the European Council agreed these NIS, the Network and Information Security 2 Directive. How can the NIS2 Directive, the Resilience of Critical Entities Directive, and the Cyber Resilience Act, but we are not only talking about the NIS2, we are talking about a couple of regulations in the European Union. How can they really contribute to strengthening the cyber resilience?
Well, actually, as you already mentioned, I mean, we try to create a kind of package approach at European level, trying to address as much as we can, reacting to what has already been outlined. I mean, there's a kind of, I would say, a threefold risk or risk adaptation we need to be aware of. It's A, the geopolitical situation, which has been already mentioned by you. There is a B, a crime scene which is ever evolving. Look at the latest Europol reports, look at the latest TechSat reports from the European level, which clearly highlight that this is one of the most emergent crime fields that we can actually see. And then you have the combination of both. So you have non-state actors, probably also some state actors, being engaged in cybercrime and using it as a weapon. So this was the kind of outset where we as European Union, of course, also needed to react on. And there's a specific, I would say, there are two specific German dimensions to it, which means we do have a quite unique structure when it comes to small and medium-sized enterprises. And we do have a lot of responsibilities at local level, which not all the other member states do have at this kind of at this stage, at this point, which is why we are a bit of, I would say, a bit more vulnerable probably than some of the others are, which means we try to create at the European level a framework covering all 27 member states with all their variety of structures, of procedures, of small and medium-sized, bigger companies, and so on and so forth, and try to prepare the European Union for being more resilient as soon as possible, I would say.
Okay, and so if I get you right, that you think this is the right approach, which we could see in all these three different types of regulations. But Dennis, you're a very experienced professor, and you're focusing since many years in the IT security law. Do you see it like Lena, that this is the right approach to really sufficiently addressing the current cyber threats we can observe with these, maybe let's say, three regulations when we talk about the NIS2 Directive, the Cyber Resilience Act, and the Critical Entities Directive? What is your view on that?
So in my opinion, it's very important to have more regulation, and we have security vulnerabilities. We have more interconnected systems than ever before, and as it was stated before, we have a lot of international threat actors targeting companies and critical infrastructures in Germany and the European Union. But we also have companies that have big market shares, for example Microsoft, that are addressing these cybersecurity issues not directly and not efficiently enough regarding, for example, their cloud systems, Azure systems, which had been compromised very effectively by Chinese malware and threat actors in the last year. And we are talking, for example, also about German companies such as Airbus, where it became common that this company created some secure lock systems that were not secure from a cybersecurity perspective, but they were still sold. So in my opinion, cybersecurity is a value which is more than just some technical and organizational measures. It's about protecting our digital market, it's protecting our digital economy, and of course protecting digital European citizenship, because cybersecurity is also relatively closely connected to data privacy. So we are talking about core European values here that have to be protected. And this is why I think it's important to have such a regulation.
And what is missing? Do you see like a lack of regulation in a certain part, or do you see like a, let's say, a phased approach in like saving these digital identities, the European citizenship?
Yeah, of course, the European Union is creating currently a lot of digital laws, but we focus in this panel only on cybersecurity, and I would not say that it's a fast approach that we're tackling here. So we have started with the first Network Information Security Directive in 2016, which was mostly dealing with digital infrastructures and critical infrastructures, and now we have seen that the threat vectors have changed. So it's not just about protecting the biggest entities that we have in the market, it's about protecting every entity, every digital entity, which is a part of the European economy, but it's of course difficult to say, well, what's the state of the art of technology that have to be fulfilled? And when it comes to the Cyber Resilience Act, we are facing the problems of defining products with digital elements, and I guess that there will still a lot of work to be done, and we have years of cybersecurity to come, and I guess until 2030, we are dealing with implementation of all these legal regulations we are currently creating in the European Union.
So we have a regulation which is really fitting into the threat landscape we can observe right now. But this is only the framework given by the European Union, Barbara, and this is maybe important. I guess it's very important for your work because it's only the framework. And since NIS2 directive is a directive, how sensible is it to leave the member states room for maneuver in implementing the directives? So does this not lead to gaps in protection, or how do you see that? I mean, Lina already explained a little bit that we have it's a very sensible topic in Germany. We have local authorities, we have the federal system. Can we expect gaps in the protection level on a European from the European perspective, or?
I think it's the only way to handle things the way we do it right now, because the member states are not a homogeneous structure. Each member state has its own specialties. We have, as Lena already said, we have a lot of small and medium companies, a structure that is not so common in other member states. We have a federal structure, which is also a specialty, not only in Germany, but most member states don't have federal states. So I don't think that it would have been possible to regulate the protection of critical infrastructure overall from Brussels. So I think the transfer to national law is essential. And then it's our duty, especially the duty of the national cybersecurity authorities, to guarantee that they closely cooperate and that there's an exchange of information, and to create a whole new system. I don't want to say an ecosystem, but a system of information exchange and cooperation.
Okay, so you see, okay, we get this homework, we have to do the homework, every member state has to do that, and we have to deal with maybe the lack of experts. When I have a look at the numbers, so we have right now around 4,500 critical entities. We will have more than 29,000 after the implementation of NIS2 directive. This is a mess. Let's see how we can handle it. Stefan, once again, from your perspective as a chemical company and as a chief information security officer, are you happy that the NIS2 now obliges you, company, to implement far-reaching cybersecurity requirements? So is this, from your perspective as a global company, I guess your security and protection level is already very high. Is this also, or should be, Lena, you are right, but I guess Stefan will tell us right now a little bit more. Are you happy about that?
Well, first of all, security is never done, right? It's a continuous process of improvement. Having said that, from our perspective, looking at NIS2, there's little in NIS2 that we would do differently if NIS2 did not exist, because I think we prioritize the risk mitigation already very high, looking at what I outlined earlier. That is the case for many of the larger organizations, but clearly if we talk about resiliency, we need to look at the supply chain, we need to look at the network upstream and downstream. And that is, I think, where NIS2 can have the greatest benefit of creating some sort of a level playing field, of raising the standard across the economies. Having said that, I think if we see that as one of the major benefits of it, I'm personally somewhat disappointed that we do that in each of the member states, because I think if we look at the scarcity of talents, if we need to do that in a very effective way, and we are not leveraging the economies of scale that we could do, especially in multinational companies like ours, where we essentially implement NIS2 exactly once, but now moving forward we'll have to demonstrate that 24 times in our case, which is not adding so much value, right? So that is the point where I'm a bit critical, because that's creating unnecessary complexity, and that effort cannot go into improving our posture, right?
So you would say we probably need one authority in the European Union where, as a single point of contact, where you can give your reports, or
yeah,
what would be your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, one particular example, right? We have a global, to make it really tangible, we have a global system set up. So if we really have a material cyber incident, it's almost inconceivable that we have it in one country in Europe only, because most of the time, all of the 24 countries where we are, falling into the scope of NIS2 would be impacted, right? We managed that security incident exactly once, but we will have to inform 24 authorities, right? And that is complexity that is not adding value for us. It's creating complexity, but also for the authorities that receive that information, that at some point probably will have to put the pieces of the puzzle together again, right? So that's. I mean, I don't want to be negative. Again, the whole point of NIS2 I'm fully supporting, but that is something where I would wish that we take that European view a little bit more into account, not ignoring, of course, the differences in the countries, right?
Which is a bit like squaring the circle then in the end, huh? But I mean, if I may just shortly react to it, of course I'm always happy to hear that you want more European, like say, supervisory bodies, if you can say so. But and we also discussed it, of course, within the discussion on NIS2. But there is a thin balance to reach between being adaptable to the national different systems we have, structures, systems, operating bodies there, and the overarching European approach we want to see. And of course, fully understand, and personally also would support your view on that whether we do something at European level, we can be more consequential in what we're doing. But of course, we're a European Union consisting of 27 member states, which need to allow that we can do certain things at the European level. And I think also a bit of picking up your question to the other panelists from before, it's not like we made the one silver bullet perfect law or framework here, but it was in a reaction to a situation where the European Union needed to react to, because all 27 member states were directed and impacted in a similar way, not in the same way, but in a similar way. But of course, again, also at European level, does not necessarily mean that once and for all, like you said, security is probably never done, especially not in the circumstances we are in. That also means that whatever we do at European level, of course, member states need to fulfill their role as well. So it's not like we're creating a European level approach, leaving aside all other competences, all other political levels and so on and so forth. Of course, it needs to be interlinked as much as we can. If we're there now, I think we're not fully at the end of it, but it's an important step ahead.
Barbara, you agreed a lot with Lena. Before you are way more agreeing with Lena, I invite all of you to ask the questions after the response of Barbara. It's your turn. Prepare yourself with the questions, but first of all, Barbara.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to add one more aspect that speaks in favor of national authorities being in charge. I mean, a big player like Henkel has the necessary expertise to conduct a stringent system of cybersecurity. But smaller companies and those who are new under the scope of NIS2, excuse me, they don't have this expertise, so they need assistance and they need cooperation with the national authority. And this is something the BSI needs to provide. We just are about to implement a BSI information sharing platform that provides assistance to especially smaller and medium companies to raise the level of their cybersecurity. This is something you could not provide from a European level. You're too far away from the national structures. You don't know the national specialties. And therefore, what I just said, we need to organize an exchange of information and a close cooperation and collaboration of the national cybersecurity agencies throughout Europe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Dennis, you want to add something?
I just would like to, I would like to address
ahead,
another point regarding state and cybersecurity measures. So, of course, it's a task of the state to conduct that the right measures that are created in the companies. But of course, it's also a task of the industry association and the companies itself. So the state can just give the framework conditions for creating more cybersecurity. But lastly, what I also mentioned at the beginning, we are talking about the state of the art of technology. No ministry or federal information security office will be able to define for every entity, every small and medium-sized company, what state of the art means. So that means that also industry association and the companies themselves are asked for to create standardizations, to go into cooperation with state authorities. And this is something, I guess, that has to get more perception when it comes to NIS2. So it's not just like, well, the state creates a framework for you, and you just wait for the state of the art of technology specifically be defined for you, but it's also a task for the companies to see what means individual risk assessment for me. What is my individual financial and economical capacity? And I think this is also a task of the state to say, well, we create the framework, we give the rules, but you have to fill them with certain kind of life. And this is something we have to approach in the next years.
Yeah, it's very important that you emphasize the different roles of all the stakeholders. It's not only the framework and the politic, but you also want to mention in this regard.
Yeah, just probably adding another aspect to it, because I mean, we sometimes in the bubble got the feeling that everyone is aware of cybersecurity threats. What it can mean for your business, what it can mean for local administration, and so on and so forth. But when I go out in my constituency, there are a lot of enterprises, and a lot of especially small and medium enterprises, and also certain parts of our own governmental structure will say, well, we're not interesting enough for an attack. And then all of a sudden they end up in an attack and don't get access to their data, don't get access to their processes, and so on and so forth. And all of a sudden, all of them say, well, actually, we could have been better prepared if we had known before. And I think that this is something where we still also need to go out into the public and try to raise awareness on actually cybersecurity is something that really addresses each and every one of them, whether they're small, whether they're medium-sized, whether they're the big ones, whether it's the local level, it's the communal level, whether it's the federal level. It's a topic that should be at everyone's interest. It's a safety paradox, so better safe than sorry, I would say.
Yeah, and in this regard, I have to take your microphone, take over. And in this regard, it's also important, and I guess we already discussed it before, that in Germany we are still reacting, also the industry is reacting when the implementation is like months before. So now the implementation deadline is October, and we are starting lobbying and implementing our ideas, but the work is already done in the European Union. And to understand the whole process, that the first look has to be to the European Union, what is going on out there, and to show the interests over there. But the first question now, after 5 minutes of waiting, please introduce yourself very briefly, and then we are happy to listen to your question.
Hello. Just to make the link with the previous discussion we had, Maxence from the MEDEF. So as MEDEF and as digital director of the MEDEF, we really engage very hard in the question of helping companies, because we are completely convinced that it's not a question of size. All data have value, and I'm so sorry to discover that companies understand that the data have value because they have been suffered from a cyber attack, and they realize how hard it is to reset all this data or to rebuild the data set they've lost. So we really engage, and I would like really to ask person from European Parliament, institution, whatever, all the panelists to really engage with us, MEDEF, BDI, etc., because we really, I think, a brick of the wall to be built against cyber attack. And I think it's very useful to have all this prevention initiative. And we have at the MEDEF, at the headquarter office, at the side of each elevator, the 5 things you have to do if ever there is a cyber attack, like, for fire escape. And I think this is tiny actions that we repeat every day that will make us a strong institution and strong economy against cyber attack. So I think NIS2 is very interesting, but it's not sufficient. We have all some tasks to do all over Europe, and I really want to offer services to each of you to really engage to have this NIS2 a success. So just not really a question, but please do not hesitate to engage us, because we are really convinced of the necessity of doing something all together.
I think we leave the microphone in the audience in case there is another question. But first, Dennis, you want to comment?
I just want to comment very shortly, because I think you're completely right, and we have many different challenges regarding this too. Firstly, the interdisciplinary challenge, but secondly, we have a problem regarding personnel. So we do not have enough people to do cybersecurity currently, and that also means working together. So how can we as a society, as a state, and especially as universities, create new possibilities for people to be cybersecurity experts, which will be needed definitely until the year 2030. And I think we need more possibilities for people to have a lateral possibility to enter the cybersecurity market. For example, when you are a legal specialist and you want to study technology, or when you're, for example, dealing with economical questions and you want to add cybersecurity measures, technical measures to your portfolio, we need engagement from the universities as well to create new study courses, for example, that face this problem, and that we see, or that we have the possibility to create new pools of people who are addressing the topic for implementation of NIS2.
Yeah, sure. Lina, direct response to Dennis.
Well, thanks for that aspect of it, because we also discussed it at political level, of course, at the European Union, and we had a longer discussion because it does not only address one specific member state, it does not only address one branch, but it's an overall problem. And we came up with the idea of and whether you call it like that in the end or not, it needs to be discussed and needs to be seen, but we discussed the idea of a kind of cyber brigade. So pooling expertise within the European Union without necessarily drawing away the experts from the national level, from the local level, because they're needed there as well, but trying to pool the expertise and trying to get, let's say, from the European perspective, try to get grip of the knowledge that is at hand, and try to share it the best way we can within the European Union without cutting the people off from their employees, from their universities, from their studies, and so on and so forth. So this is also one of the reactions we're doing, one of the discussions we're doing at the European level as a kind of next step to NIS2 and the overarching overall evolvement of cyber threats.
This is an initiative part of the Cyber Solidarity Act. So we have this approach, and then I guess the approach of Dennis is a little bit in the other direction when we look directly at academia. What can the universities do? Barbara, you want to add?
Yeah, this is a matter of heart for me, what Dennis just mentioned, and we already do quite a lot. There are quite a number of initiatives to encourage people to join the cybersecurity world, so to speak. And we are focusing on people who already are in business, who already do some work, or not in school or university, but who want to approach cybersecurity. And there's a very nice initiative in North Rhine-Westphalia that's called EVA, Eurobit's Women's Academy. They provide a special training for women, and that woman theme is one of my matters of heart, because we cannot neglect half of the population. There's only 11% of women in cybersecurity, so there's a lot of possibilities we can offer.
Definitely, and now it's the time for our second question. Yes. Over there.
Thank you. My name is Kaiser. I come from the ZBEI, the German Association of the Digital Electronics Industry. And I have a question for Mrs. Kluge, which I hope is not too detailed. You mentioned the information sharing portal by the BSI. I think it's very interesting, especially in the light of the regulations we are talking about. Could you maybe elaborate on that? What could that look like, and what's the time frame, for example? Thank you.
Yes, the BSI information sharing portal is meant to offer real-time information on ongoing attacks, on protection measures. And the BSI is just about to draw that up. It's not a secret. Financial means are a problem always, so we have to find a creative way to construct this information sharing portal. It's one of our top priorities. So it depends a little bit on the financial possibilities we will have next year. This year, the work is going on with the best effort we can bring. I can't tell you when this is going to be operative, but it's one of our top priorities right now.
Definitely a very important question this regards. Are there any other questions in the audience? Over there, please go ahead.
Maybe it's just a remark. So my name is Claudia, and I have the feeling that data of the individual also needs more protection. So when we look at phishing, smishing, all those attempts that attack individuals that we are, I think also their education is very much needed. And just maybe as an addition to all the good things that have been said, that this is one of the things that we should also focus on, that we all are aware of what cybersecurity means as an individual, and also go into schools, etc.
Yeah, I guess the Barbara, you want to?
Yeah, I
for
just
sure.
want to reply on that. You're talking about digital consumer protection, and this is one more field we have to engage a bit more. The Cyber Resilience Act provides a good scheme to guarantee a minimum security level for consumer goods, but that's not enough. Cybersecurity needs to be an issue for each and everybody, not only the economic sector, but also private persons. So we have to go into schools and universities, we have to engage people to take measures of cybersecurity in their everyday life. Mm-hmm. This is essential because otherwise we will create that will lead to a level of threat that cannot be managed through public authorities. Everybody has a certain duty to take measures to guarantee his or her personal cybersecurity.
Mm-hmm. And maybe, and this is a question to all of the panelists, to sum up our discussion, and you can also add your final remarks if you want. We touched this issue of that we have a lot of stakeholders in there. How can we achieve that we engage every stakeholder, from politics, from business, from economy, from academia? How can we really engage them to invest more in cybersecurity? What is their role? What is their responsibility for every stakeholder? And when I look at you, Dennis, maybe from an academia perspective, and I know that you are, let's say, fighting for an LLM, for a master degree in cybersecurity, for instance, or something like that. What is the different? What is the role of academia, and what should be done more to engage?
I think academia has to get out of the ivory tower. So cybersecurity regulation has a lot of things to do with implementation. It's not just some abstract legal things. You always need to get to the point, and that is essential. And when it comes to cybersecurity, I currently see still a lot of research projects that are also funded by federal institutions, and unfortunately it's to say that some of these just end up in writing some reports, some nice papers, attending some conferences on Hawaii, for example, and then you write your final reports and everything finished, and you say, okay, I've done something for cybersecurity. And we need to create projects that have a focus that goes beyond that, so that are in some way more beneficial to the public, to the economy, and to the whole society. So that's the first thing I would say, and it's important, and in my opinion, the universities have a very important task here to fill up this gap of lacking cybersecurity experts. And as I mentioned, I'm currently trying since 2 years to create not just an LLM study course, but a Master of Science for lawyers. So let's say you have studied first legal state exam, something like that, and you're technology orientated, you're interested in that, and you have done something regarding data privacy, technical data security measures, but you want more qualification. And then it must be possible to have this intersection between technology and law, for example, creating a new study course that says that when you're a lawyer, you have access to more possibilities than just doing legal things, but also doing, for example, cybersecurity implementation measures by attending a university course, which gives you a university degree. So it's studying 2 or 3 years, finishing with the master's thesis. And we need more of these projects, I guess. Currently, I'm facing the problem that there's no money for it. So we have a lot of money for everything, but there is no money for these essential things. So legal rules are being created. People have to implement it. Companies have to implement it. But we need also financial resources. And also, especially the universities need adequate financial resources to create such courses. And at the moment, frankly speaking, I've announced this course 2 years ago, and had all academic decisions involved. So everything has been decided. But finally, it was said, well, we currently do not have a focus on that. We do not have money for this. So let's skip it for several years. Yeah? And we need more priority when it comes to education for cybersecurity. This is the only thing I can say regarding academia.
And Stefan, the business, the economy perspective, how do you see that? So how can we engage more people?
Well, we of course have a responsibility as a large organization to make sure that we meet the requirements that also our stakeholders have on us in terms of cybersecurity, so our customers, but also the consumers that we serve. But equally important, I think we have to help our suppliers, and that's also mid-sized and smaller organizations, to uplift their security, right? And at the end of the day, I think we also have to, in our ecosystem, come to a very trusted, and that includes also the public authorities, trusted way of collaboration. And that's, I was critical in terms of the decentral approach to NIS2, but I think a lot of that will be surfacing during the implementation of NIS2, right? So that's where I'm still hopeful that we can leverage the economies of scale where that's possible, not ignoring at all the local implementation needs of smaller organizations.
Lena, your final remarks.
Well, actually, maybe it's a bit of a also summary to what I also heard then here on the panel, and we were discussing while creating and while debating and negotiating on the NIS2, is of course that we try to find the thin balance between not over-regulating, not adding too many additional burdens, but at the same time knowing that we request a bit of a burden in the implementation phase here from each and every one. But I think looking at the prospects of not doing it might be more dangerous than adding a bit of a layer here. And I think from the political perspective, I just said that we, to a certain level, we within the bubble are aware as much as we can, and we discuss things. We try to set the scene and implement things, but we sometimes, to a certain extent, overestimate the awareness outside the bubble. Which means I just had the example of a very small company in my constituency who was actually then part of an attack, and said afterwards, well, we should have done a bit more prior to that. So I think that talking about it, speaking about it, with all the levels that we here to a certain extent represent, so academia, the federal level, the companies, the European level, the conference as such, you're organizing here, is a way of trying to burst through this bubble and make more people aware of the challenges we have at hand. Also, in the end, to lead to the case that we probably get more people involved in the not only in the university part, but also at school already, at school level.
Yeah. Sure, Barbara, the final thoughts.
Yeah, most is already said. I couldn't agree more with Lena. Then we need to raise the awareness, the level of awareness. And my impression is that sometimes people are ashamed to confess that they were a victim of a cyber attack. Not only the companies, but also private people. So we should bring them out of this corner of shame, but to make clear that everybody could be subject to such a cyber attack, and that it is easier to take preventive measures than to fight to regain solid ground after an attack. So this is one thing, and the second thing is I think we have quite a good system of legal measures and regulations, but we have to bring them into life. We have to especially bring into life the Cybersecurity and the Cyber Resilience Act, so that this framework, which is very well drawn up and has very good thoughts in it, can be effectively implemented.
Well, you can also use the cyber solidarity for that.
So to sum it up, we have many great approaches, but a long way to go in protecting the data in our nation constantly. And thanks to our panelists, thanks to the audience for the lively discussion, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Please. Maybe you in the middle, yeah, exactly. Sie in der Mitte, genau.
Ja, okay. Very good.
Oder wenn das hin und statt, vielleicht? Ne? So, dear friends, we have come to the last panel, actually to the only one fireside during this 6th edition of the European Data Summit. And I'm greatly honored and happy that we have special guests with us. Silke Hosenfelder, the head of the General Department of the Federal Cartel Office, and Oles Andrejczuk, one of the most prominent academics involved in the current discussion around DMA. I'm really happy that you are with me today. this is probably a kind of follow-up of our discussion on the first day, where we discussed the issue on transatlantic convergence, and we tackled upon the concrete enforcement developments in the last couple of weeks, so to say. And that leads me to my first question to Silke. What's your feeling after all those workshops in March that we had in Brussels, and all those compliance reports, some written on 140 pages, technical detalities, and where do we now?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to join this panel. Well, look, the Commission is working hard. We have the DMA in place. The companies are also working. I can't estimate how hard, but they are working. And it's the process of getting the DMA, you know, having effect has obviously started, and that's good. Whether this is going to be successful is too early to say. We all know that the issues that the DMA addresses, many people, Margarete Vestager herself, have said this is the top of the iceberg. It's only a very small part of the issue that we need to look at when we talk about competition issues in the digital sector. But nevertheless, the rules that the DMA contains, I think there is a very broad acceptance and view that these need to be enforced. And that's what the Commission doing, what it's doing currently. So that's good.
Are we on the right track, Oles?
Thank you very much, Pencho, for your very kind introduction and for organizing this amazing event. I'm learning continuously for these 3 days. And speaking of the DMA, I think the first issue which we have to be always mindful of is that what do we precisely expect from this craft, from this piece of legislation, asymmetric piece of legislation. I know that Bundeskartellamt was one of the protagonists of the DMA for, or at least the very logic of asymmetric, proactive approach to tailoring competition in digital markets and beyond. And it must be acknowledged that a lot of work has been done by national competition authorities, but by the Commission as well. And speaking of the expectations about the Digital Markets Act, I would try to somehow visualize it. That's how I would see two camps. Some expect to change the very DNA of digital markets, and they would rather approach the DMA from a more idealistic perspective, expecting to somehow to tackle the systemic entrenched gatekeepers and their business practices, which become part and parcel of their business models for decades, and thus the expectation is a little bit kind of ambitious and idealistic, as I said. The other opposite side of the spectrum, and again, I use two polar examples. There is obviously many more nuanced, mature, moderate positions in between. The other extreme approach would be to say that the DMA we know that the structure of the market is, that's how it is. The digital markets are very hard to change, only on the margins. To use the vocabulary of Christina Kafar, a little bit of fairness here, a little bit of contestability there. And thus we shouldn't expect a comprehensive enforcement. The DMA is not an attempt to convert the rifle into machine gun. It must be a prudent, asymmetric, targeted enforcement. So I would rather position myself closer to the second camp. I expect a more proactive vision and more strategic vision of those who enforce and who are expected to enforce the DMA. And based on this expectation, I think it's not difficult. It's not very bad situation in terms of staff. The more the better, of course, but it shouldn't, because it's not comprehensive, we don't need so many members of staff. We can start doing the job with those which we have. And B, I wouldn't see it as a problem that we have just a hodgepodge of obligations cherry-picked from our previous ex post is a very general term, experiences. We just apply some instances of non-compliance, or we investigate some instances of non-compliance based on the broader strategic vision of what we want to achieve using the DMA as a tool.
Many thanks, Oles, for this comprehensive overview. We remember the legislative process. I believe Germany had a kind of different perception how the whole division of power should look like when it comes to the enforcement of the DMA. Silke, are we happy with the current regime? How can you contribute to a proper implementation of the DMA?
Well, you alluded to the fact that the Bundeskartellamt, and by the way, the ECN as a whole, which is the European Competition Network, so the network of competition authorities in Europe, actually voted for a decentral or a joint application or enforcement of the DMA, which we are very familiar with regard to the European competition rules, which we enforce jointly. And the very positive thing about doing that jointly is that having, for example, the Commission taking a priority on a certain point, the gap on the others might be filled by national authorities, either on their own or working together, with a network which allows for aligning approaches, etc., etc. Now, this has been very, very helpful for engaging in enforcement of competition law in Europe. There are always some people and companies who are not in favor of such an approach because they don't like being addressed by several national authorities. I see their point on the one hand. On the other hand, I think that with such an issue as enforcing competition law in the digital area, this is a luxury we don't really have. We need to get things done. I very much like the previous panel. They talked about getting things done, not just writing reports, something that we are very much trying to do in competition law as well. And so we just need to find the most practical ways of getting rules on the ground. Now, with regard to how can we, now that we do not have this, we have the sole enforcer position of the Commission with regard to the DMA, with no national authorities involved. There is a very small part of involvement, and that is that we can kind of do investigations and give information to the Commission if we find out in the course of our investigation that this is really a DMA matter. We have these powers under national law, which is good to have, but on the other hand, it just doesn't make very much sense for any national authority to just now start investigating DMA issues. But we can use these powers for the fringe parts, you know, where you might find that you start a case on competition law, and in the course of the investigation, you find out that this is really a DMA matter. Then we can just give everything that we have been investigating to the Commission to kind of continue. That's good. But if we talk about how can now authorities like the Bundeskartellamt kind of contribute to a proper DMA enforcement, my view would be by doing good cases in applying their national law, like in Germany with paragraph 19a, or by applying the normal competition rules. And that's what we are currently doing. We're doing that in the digital area, and we are aligning and discussing things within the ECN and within the DMA network possibilities that there are. And the results are visible. We've been kind of working in parallel with the Commission on the Google data case, where we kind of, the Commission applied the DMA, and the Bundeskartellamt kind of adapted all of that, of the rules within the DMA for those parts of Google to which the DMA is not applicable. This is what we try to do, and we might also try to bring forward cases on areas where the DMA is definitely not applicable, where the Commission might also start thinking about enlarging the DMA in the course of time. Yeah.
This is a fireside, and we don't have unlimited time, so that's why I'm going to skip from one area to another area. Oles, the issue of privacy as a shield, is this a kind of new normative dilemma?
Thank you very much, Pancho. I think you put your finger on something emerging, a trend which I have to be very careful with trying to coin it and to articulate it, being mindful of esteemed peers who try to communicate the importance of privacy for competition, that we shouldn't consider these two societal values in isolation. We should move from each other's hermetically sealed silos to more collaborative modality. And this trend is mostly visible, again, in Meta case, still pending. Many call it saga for right juristic reasons. But simultaneously, one might observe a trend which I will try to visualize in the following way. We know that big tech companies have this remarkable ability to adapt to the regulatory context, and the main message they channel to all legislators across different jurisdictions is we do care about the substance of regulation, of course, but the thing which we care most is the clarity. Give us the clarity and we will manage to comply because our pockets are deep, our experts are strongest in the field, etc. So the logic of the DMA being vague, opaque by default, being open-ended in terms of what the fairness and contestability means, the substance of obligations are quite vague as well. It's not a bug, it's a feature. But in this context, what I also somehow hear more and more often is the message from established gatekeepers is that, okay, don't ask us how we earn our first billion. We've been living in a Wild West wonderland, everybody. Now we somehow are mindful of our new mission, and we live in a data protection world, etc. And we will be complying. We will be one-stop shop. Ask consumers. I think Ian Brown yesterday very, very colorfully referred to the situation that consumers, business users, as long as their primary needs are satisfied, they never think strategically a few steps ahead. And we will be disintermediating you from your business users, many of whom are real mavericks, who cut all possible moral corners, third-party cookies. Johnny Ryan articulates this problem very colorfully as well. And we will be this quasi-utility player who, it's one-stop shop. Obviously, there are many shortcomings, but we have very strong cybersecurity teams, etc. And I can understand that from the philosophy, from this microcosm of privacy, it sounds like not the best solution, but at least more or less acceptable solution. Whereas from the kind of perspective of competition microcosm, it sounds like reaffirming or rubber stamping the status quo, because then any possible new entry would be even more difficult. Any hypothetical new entry will be even more difficult.
Now we're going to jump again. You said Facebook saga. And we know that we have quite a lengthy procedure. Where do we now currently, Silke? Could you say a couple of words on it, and what's your expectation on the case?
Well, the Facebook saga began sometime, more than 5 years ago, when we took a decision that Oles just alluded to, bringing in perspective a bit competition issues and data protection issues. And we prohibited Facebook from continuing to bring together data that they have collected on their users using Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and also other aspects. I don't want to go into detail. And saying that this is an abuse of market power, what they have been doing here, and that they can no longer bring these data together or combine them using it for advertisement, etc., without asking consent of the user. So that's the starting point of this Facebook saga. We are now 5 years later after our decision. We have had a journey through many courts. We started with the Oberlandesgericht Düsseldorf. In interim procedures, had a ping pong with the Bundesgerichtshof several times. The Oberlandesgericht Düsseldorf in the end put questions to the European Court of Justice, And the court has now taken a decision, so the case is now back in the main issue at Oberlandesgericht Düsseldorf. So they are actually now starting with what they might have done from the outset 5 years ago. But nevertheless, some good decisions have been taken on this path, and definitely one of those is the decision that the ECJ has taken, which clarified that competition authorities are allowed, and not only allowed, but maybe even obliged to take into account data protection issues in their competition assessment. This, I don't know if any of you was in the debates 5 or 7 years ago. Everybody had been declaring the Bundeskartellamt being rather strange, very, very creepy, taking data protection assessments into competition assessments. Today, this is normal. Nobody would question it. It's part of the DMA, which is basically, I guess, among others, a success from this Facebook case. And actually where we stand now is for consumers, I think what the important message is that the DMA contains a prohibition on this point, and the Commission has started the procedure on that. Looking in detail now at the pay or consent issue, which is underlying the proposal or the strategy that Facebook is now conducting, saying that they would open a possibility of using Facebook without having to give access, or without Facebook using the data. Give access or not is one of the difficult issues, and that then users will have to pay for using the service of Facebook. Now this is going to be looked at under the DMA. In parallel, we are still discussing with Facebook about the enforcement of our decision from 5 years ago. But of course, we will somehow have to do what we are doing now, look at where there might be overlap with the DMA and take that into account with regard to enforcing our decision. Maybe just to say that I think these kind of actions that a national authority might have taken some years ago, having an effect on the regulatory landscape that we have now, is one of the very important reasons why I so much believe in joining enforcement and having decentral enforcement options, at least, in order to, collect all the ideas that there are and the paths to such solutions, to see how we can arrive at good solutions. Well, in time is maybe a bit a difficult issue after this saga, but nevertheless, we need to make these progress steps, and they are helped by such enforcement actions, also by national authorities, even if we talk about an international company.
Great. I think you offered great clarity, and that was when I firstly noticed the pay or okay case of the Commission. I thought to myself that exactly the same logic that you have produced in our national case a couple of years ago. Coming back to the DMA, Oles, you have read some of the compliance reports. You see how difficult it is now for the Commission to also we have 3 infringement procedures. Do you have the feeling that we have thought DMA big enough? How far are we from some maybe structural separation issues? Maybe the same question later also to you, Silke.
First of all, because based on my kind of normative position and moderate expectations from the DMA, I consider it as a long-term game. I don't consider, and the speed with which and the enthusiasm with which the Commission started processing these cases is commendable, and I don't share the skepticism of many pro-DMA peers who say that they are not doing the right thing in the right time. I think it's a kind of experimental legislation. We don't have textbooks on how to do it. We are front runners jointly with the UK, Europe, let's say, and I wouldn't expect immediate effects from investigating non-compliance cases, and I see it as I mentioned privacy sandbox. I see it as a regulatory sandbox. So it's an experimental attempt to use strong hand of investigation, but also the soft hand of turning a blind eye to other practices as a bargaining chip in the new mission that the Commission and all other ambitious liberal democracies have in their mandate, to shape competition in digital markets. Not only protect, which is reactive modality. You are a police person who monitors the market, and until there is an instance of infringement, you don't have much room to intervene. Whereas here, you're expected to tailor it. How? That's an open question. We don't have the answers. Speaking of structural remedies, I know that there is kind of an expectation to finally break the markets. I would consider, from my vision, structural remedies is a nuclear option. You have a stick hanging on the wall. It's visually, the light is placed there, so that in course of this regulatory dialogues or multi-logs, the gatekeepers invited kindly to the commission room does see this stick. They know about this option, but you use it to encourage more considered, more nuanced remedies. I would propose, speaking of experimental modalities, I would not look primarily at the structure. I would rather look at the effects. What do we want? If you want market share decrease, well, let's say search, we continue, from 90% to 75%, don't bother with playing the game, trying to overperform engineers, tailoring the choice box and choice architecture. Say that if in 2 years' time the market share will not be decreased to 75%, I take the figures from the sky just to illustration, then we will start considering, we start put more light on our nuclear option, or we'll start being more enthusiastic in investigating potential instances of non-compliance in other designated core platform services, etc. But something meaningful, the end game should be opportunity for newcomers somehow to take part in this business.
Yeah, indeed, the option is in the DMA, but the way till there is quite burdensome. Silke, please, reflect on it.
Well, the option is in the DMA, the option is in competition law. And I think, on the one hand, I agree with, and this is a very European concept, that this is very, breaking up companies in Europe is like a nuclear option. I agree. The colleagues on the other side of the Atlantic think totally different about this. For them, for the UK, for the US colleagues, breaking up a company is not something that they do every day, but it's much higher on their list of things that they might be doing. Talking with US colleagues, they tell you that they many of the things that European law does in antitrust, in abuse control, they would never do it because they think that interfering into decisions of companies is something you should not be doing on a permanent scale, which is also from a competition policy point of view not wrong at all. Huh? So that's one thing. So first of all, maybe some structural things might come from the US and we will profit from it. That would be a good option, I think. Especially, by the way, because these companies are very often based in the United States. And I can assure you that competition authorities always have to think about how to really enforce their decisions. And breaking up companies that do not have a seat in your jurisdiction is not really easy, to be frank. Now, secondly, structural remedies always sounds like that's what you have to do if you have no other idea. And I think that what we have to just take into account also when talking or when thinking about whether a structural option would be a real option is that some of these markets, well, they are network markets we are talking about. They tend to monopolize. It's not going to be easy to break them up in 2 or 5 and not expect the whole process just to start once more. So I think very much everybody involved in thinking about changing things, changing either ownership structures or business models, or seeing necessity for something like that, we have to, we will have to get good ideas. We need a view, like Ole said, on what different kind of outcome would we want to see, and what could the path be to come there. Maybe it's structural, maybe it's intervening at a very specific point into business models. This is something that is our perception of our Facebook case, that we've done that there. And maybe there are other approaches. And then, by the way, generative AI is going to change many things that we are talking about today. We don't know yet. I think nobody can really say what the competition issues are going to be. So maybe they might change rather quickly, by the way. So.
But there is also a potential danger that we repeat the mistakes from the past with the AI, and then it leads me to the other question. We observe a trend of so-kind partnerships that were basically, we discuss kind of killing acquisitions, but now obviously we have, they're not caught under the merger regime currently. Is it a potential problem? Do you see a competitive risk in circumventing the merger regime in Europe by that kind of partnerships? Yeah.
Well, definitely I think that actions of regulators lead to reactions. And we have a DMA saying that those that are being designated will have to inform the Commission about every concentration. We have the new regime of the European Commission using Article 22 of the merger regulation, asking the national member states to refer cases to them even if nobody has jurisdiction. Now this combination leads to a reaction by the companies, which is very much trying to evade merger control, which is rather, I mean, I can understand it. It's not a strange or unexpected reaction. So what do they seem to be doing? What we see is closer cooperations, other ways of financing other companies without having a shareholding in that by some contracts, which you might have to find out. There seem to be ways of extracting the workforce from a smaller company into a large ecosystem company without there being a transaction. And so, yes, we will definitely have to think about whether we can kind of catch these kind of circumvented mergers, let's put it that way, with competition law, or whether there might need to be some changes in order to be able to capture that. What I can say is that, at least with regard to my personal view, with regard to the Commission's approach with Article 22, it will not help them for this, because this is an issue of the kind of transaction that you need, which needs to fulfill one of the conditions within the merger control regulation. And it's not about turnover issues, yes or no. So it's this other point, and the Commission needs to find control. Someone gets control over another company, and if you do not find that, you don't have a merger case. But we might need to be a bit more inventive there.
Do you see it same way, Oles?
It's hard to disagree with Silke, a prominent expert on this topic and stakeholder enforcer of the rules on a daily basis. I wanted to, you mentioned in passing the concept of ecosystem. We now already see the Commission trying to use this rather double-edged sword to the benefits of prohibiting mergers, and in one or two purposes. But it can be also kind of a problem when we talk about we just abandoned or we just revised market definition and ecosystem. The concept itself coming from strategic management literature fairly esoteric, very complex, so we must be mindful with the term itself. Another point, if I may, Pancho, I think it's important, particularly for those peers for whom DMA doesn't constitute the center of their research and practical interests, is that to mention the obvious, that we come from the ideological vision or norm or methodological perception of competition policy that it's deeply embedded in economics, neoclassical economics. It's natural science where the answers could be calculated using econometric. The reality is complex, but we have more complex economics. The reality is multifunctional, but we have even more colorful infographics. And in this modality, which was dominated starting from 1980s until maybe 10 years ago or so, the role of competition authority was atomistically isolated, insulated from broader societal context, because any societal interest would be perceived as a background noise polluting the clarity of your calculus, of your economic calculus. Now we realize that competition policy is a societal concept. There are many, it's polycentric, there are many right answers presented simultaneously, and this communicative dialogue or multilogue primarily between the enforcers and the government is not a taboo, is not faux pas. It's something which we have to relearn how to establish these channels.
Many thanks. I can well imagine that could be questions from the audience. Please get ready. Maybe you followed, Silke, the discussion in the last days, also today morning. The issue of the cloud sector is somehow excluded from the current DMA discussion, although there are obvious problems in the European economy. How do you see on that?
Well, this is I think it's one of the main issues that the competition authorities, including the Commission, should look at, obviously, because of the characteristics that the cloud industry has for the digital economy, but also for all those using the digital economy. And it seems that we also have, it's very much a question of resources. So those companies that have strong resources in terms of money, but also access to the essential products that you need to build clouds, that we have a rather concentrated situation there. So obviously it's something that competition authorities need to look at. Currently, there are many NCAs looking at this. We have not yet started that. It's not so much that there is an explicit agreement on priorities between competition authorities, but in a certain sense, we have been doing a lot on data and competition, and other authorities have done more on other points, which, for example, the French Competition Authority is looking very closely at cloud. Now, and even this is not explicit, but we might not need to do the same thing that others are already looking into. We might build on what the French do and then go further. This is all possible, and we are open for that. But currently, we do not have a specific case in that area.
So the complementarity works among the national. Do we have some questions from the audience? Okay, Michael, please. I'll borrow you my microphone.
Thank you so much. So my name is Michael Dole from Federation of German Industry. I wanted to ask a question on the Data Act, actually. This is what I was working for the last 2 years. And the Data Act, especially in the chapter 2 and 3, when it comes to B2B and B2C, IoT data sharing has a lot of competition elements in it. So yeah, so now there will be IoT sharing even if there's no real willingness between the partners. So what is your look at it when it now comes comes to enforcement on the national level, first of all. And the second one is with the last, one of the last novels of the German Competition Act, we didn't not even get 19A, we also get para 20, which also has a provision in the case that that one company, if it requires data from another company, can get access to it. I was always wondering why this is not, why there are not so many cases. Maybe you can also give some insights on this and how this also relates to the Data Act.
Well, I think looking at data as a competition authority, data access, data sharing, other issues, data controlling, is really in each and every situation a specific view that you need to take, coming from a competition point of view. So, you know, there may be issues of data sharing which are anti-competitive because people are excluding others. They are kind of, you know, keeping the data trove for themselves. They are sharing their data. They are kind of, this is like sharing. This can have the same effect as sharing other resources to the detriment of competition. Now, there are other situations where data sharing is absolutely pro-competitive. Many of the issues that are being addressed, sorry, I should speak into the microphone. Many of the issues that are being addressed in the Data Act, of course, focus on that part of data sharing. And we are absolutely in favor of these things. But there is always a borderline that you will have to look at. And you will always, as anybody sharing resources in the business world, will have to please, you know, have the folio of competition law and see whether this is okay. You know that the Bundeskartellamt is always open for debates. We have been, you know, looking at Catena X, at Gaia X. We haven't looked at so much, I think, because that was a larger scale from the outset. We are open to look with industry on whether such projects are workable. And you will mostly, or companies that come to the Bundeskartellamt usually come with their product or their idea or their cooperation idea or project, and they will leave with a slight modification, which is, I think, fine. You know, very often it's not even a modification that they think so bad about. Very often, keeping control on you know, the input that you might put into a corporation is something that companies like, without losing the pooling profit that you can derive from data. So I think really we see other cases where, for example, the big tech companies, you know, draw data from the users on their platform. We see the data issues in the Facebook case. So data is very important, and you always have to look at the competitive surrounding in order to find whether this is now very positive and innovative or whether it has some aspects that are anti-competitive. And this is, of course, there are, in that sense, there are overlaps and points where the Data Act and competition law kind of touch, and we will just have to find ways of putting this into practice so that both areas of law will kind of come to their right by way of speaking.
Unfortunately, we are running out of time. Dear Oles, the motto of this summit was enabling innovation, boosting competition. Are we going to enable competition and boost competition with the current tools and willingness and enforcement capabilities? Your final thoughts, please.
I think so, Bencho. I think it's a long-term game, so we just trying to adjust our mood and our fitness for the new regime. My question can be very short. I'm optimistic because my optics through which I perceive this is more strategic, more societally oriented, rather than business users oriented. And in this regard, I wanted to mention one point. European Competition Network organizes in June a workshop for business users. And this is kind of an instrument of soft power where we can learn, where we can hear how you see the situation in cloud markets, because I see the audience here deals with clouds to a large degree. From my observations in this DMA compliance period or pre-compliance period, until you have a strong, prudent, elegant, eloquent business user who is kind of medium tech company, who is capable to channel the messages, what precisely should be done, by whom, when, and how, to the Commission, the investigation, the focus will be somewhere else. So maybe people who are interested in European cloud business have to use this opportunity and to communicate with the European Competition Network, trying to somehow to say why designation of cloud as core platform services, which is envisaged by the DMA, but no company has been designated yet, why this option is not, should be on the priority list for the future, because it's an ongoing process.
Michael has listened to that, so the Federation has understood it. The same question to you, Silke, especially keeping in mind the issue of resources that we need in the enforcement agencies.
Yes, well, we need resources. You're quite right. I mean, I think this is, of course, you know, having not so many resources always leads to enforcers also becoming most productive, I hope. That's what we work at. And we look very much for cases that have real impact. This is something, what we try to do. We won't succeed in each and every case, but that's very much the focus in the Bundeskartellamt. I think also at European level with the Commission. You know, they are really trying to enforce what they have in their hands. And I think we know from our permanent debates with them that they are very open for all these issues and also for thinking further if that's necessary. So I'm optimistic, even though I do have to say that, of course, the development in the digital economy is very fast.
We stay optimistic. In this way, we are going to close the 6th edition of the European Data Summit. I really thank you, both of you. Really enjoyed the discussion. And now I would like to invite Michael, please come here. I'm not very talented for closing speeches. I would just simply want to say thank you, especially thanks to our teams. Over there, don't want to miss someone, and I really greatly appreciated your support. It meant to me a lot. Many thanks.
Yeah. I think closing remarks are also not my strength. So thanks to you all. Thanks to all the participants. Thanks to the great team behind us who supported us very well through tough times in the last weeks. Thank you for Pencho for.
Thank you to the Federation also for the support.
Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you to the foundation and for Pencho especially, and yeah, for everybody who contributed to this data summit. And maybe there will be a new edition, but we will not announce it today. All right. Thank you very much.